January the 12th. It is a council meeting, and we have noted to the attendants that we are too shy. I may have to leave the meeting at a certain point this afternoon. If I do, Councillor Pierce will finish off the meeting for me, and Councillor Bell has to leave for a few minutes around 12 o'clock. So other than that, it is all steam ahead. First thing on the agenda is to approve the agenda. And she's not here, so Councillor Coleman's going to approve the agenda, seconded by Councillor Pierce. All those in favor of the agenda the way it stands? Thank you. You just missed your big moment. They made me start on time, I'm sorry. Next thing on the agenda is number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest. I wouldn't think anyone had any, but if you do, great time to mention it. Moving on. We're going to convene as a committee of the whole. Councillor Calpine, you have that?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Coleman, that the County of Brant Special Council now convene as committee of the whole.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Number 5 on the agenda is just turning the meeting over to Daryl Lee. He's going to give his opening remarks as to what the session is going to look like. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through Mayor Bailey to the committee. Just before we get started, just some opening thoughts and themes around where we'll be heading with the 2023 operating and capital budgets. And to start, I just wanted to extend my appreciation to the Corporate Services Budget team for all of their very, very dedicated work to prepare the county's draft 2023 operating and capital budget. So to Heather Boyd, Heather Mifflin, Heather Bailey, to Vanessa, Dustin, thank you for your hard work and perseverance in pulling this together, and your patience with all of my questions over the last few days. So thank you very much for that. To the committee, I would position this year's operating and capital budgets as certainly more challenging than you've probably faced in recent years. And I believe this is going to be a trend right across the province. And certainly I've seen a number of municipalities who have tabled budgets this week, and I think you're seeing significant pressures on those budgets and kind of starting operating budget increases that very much mirror what we have here today. So I think right across the province there are a number of headwinds that are really impacting operating and capital budgets. Most notably among those headwinds are navigating the challenges of kind of a post-pandemic recovery here. We face continued inflationary cost pressures and supply chain challenges throughout the economy. And in addition, in recent weeks and months, we face legislative changes at the provincial level, primarily the impact of Bill 32, which could have a very significant impact on our finances going forward. Here in the county, I think there are several other factors which have coalesced to put pressure on both our operating and capital budgets. And certainly Heather Boyd, Heather Mifflin are going to walk through these in much more detail during their overview. But I will touch on some of those right now before we get started. I think it's important to note some of those pressures early on. And among those, certainly we have no anticipated 2022 operating budget surplus to carry forward into 2023. We've seen a reduction in provincial OMPF funding, no further COVID relief funding on the horizon. Again, inflationary increases to supplies and contractual costs. We're seeing the full year impact of a revised cost sharing agreement with the County of Brant. We're facing the annualization of some previously approved staffing increases across the corporation. Obviously, we're a rapidly growing municipality and organization with organizational work pressures within it. And as noted, we're going to see some significant impacts moving forward from Bill 23. And there's still some question marks around that and some details to flow out of regulations. But there's certainly some serious implications for this organization going forward coming out of Bill 23. So what does that all mean for getting started today with our budget discussions? I think it means some difficult choices in store for council as we wade through the operating and capital budgets. However, I can tell you that this municipality has done a very, very good job at providing a very healthy reserve framework for the organization to kind of buffet or stabilize some of these impacts. So as staff, we're certainly looking forward to today and future discussions, and happy to work with council in further development of this budget. So certainly Heather Mifflin, Heather Boyd will provide us, walk us through the first part of our morning in terms of the Budget 101 training piece.
Thanks, Daryl. We will move on to number 6 now. Heather, do you want to take it from here?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming this morning. We're going to start the morning off with what we call our Budget 101. It's just kind of an overview of the county's finance department, how all the pieces play into creating a budget. It's going to be very much not focused on the 2023 budget, but more just municipal finance in general. We're going to be discussing this morning about financial sustainability, some of the things the county has put in place in the past to support that, our 2023 municipal budget process as approved by the previous council, the property tax system, development charges, and investment and reserves. So financial sustainability. So in 2017, the County of Brant undertook a review of our financial sustainability. We established some guidelines in terms of making sure that we had a solid, solvent corporation going forward. Once again, as we've mentioned, we're going to be looking at that in a little more detail in terms of financial plan going forward, but that'll be a project for this year. So some of the measures that we usually use to gauge financial sustainability is comparing the level of services we provide to neighboring municipalities at what cost. So are we providing good value for the services we provide? The relative health of the local economy. So what is the ability of our taxpayers to pay our taxes? The job market. Are people working in our municipality? Do we have a significant unemployment issue? The ability to maintain our assets in good condition, and that relates back to the asset management plan and decisions we're going to have to make on the capital side, and the flexibility to respond to growth and changing financial pressures. So that seems like making sure we have a solid investments and reserves so that if something happens, we can respond without going into either significant debt or really coming to financial crisis. So in 2017, to support those, we kind of came up with 4 tenets: debt management, reserve management, annual budgeting, and asset management, our capital plan. And we'll get into a lot more detail on each of those. So speaking to debt management to start with, so in how we raise debt is very limited. The Municipal Act allows us to raise debt only for our capital needs. So if we are looking at, a certain increase in operational costs, we can't fund any of those costs by debt. It's only for capital projects. The repayment limit, so the province has set that we are not allowed to spend more than 25% of our own source revenue, so our taxes, our fees and charges, to be serviced by debt. But of course, we have no intention of letting ourselves get to the actual 25% mark. We have imposed our own limit of 15% as a corporation in 2017, and currently we're sitting at about 8.7% of our own source revenue for servicing debt. And the one thing I put the debentures approved but not yet issued. But the December debenture that we approved, that is included in that 8.7%. So that's where we stand today. It's just that there are capital projects that are in progress or nearing completion that were slated to be funded by debt that haven't been issued yet. So there are some projects that we're working on that will be funded by debt that aren't part of that 8.7%. Three categories of debt financing. Projects that are tax supported, so that's if we have to replace a bridge or we need to do some major upgrades to some of our facilities. Development charges and rate-based ones, so that's any, just that one screaming off. Development charges, wastewater rates, so any projects we do like new water towers and all that, they all have a development charges component. Capital investment, so that is when we see an opportunity that we might be able to raise some money by investing now for something that's going to pay us back later. And that was a lot of our solar projects and our LED lighting in the streets and all that. Those were capital investments. We debt financed them because they were going to service their own debt. Approved debt management guidelines. So this is what council came up with in 2017, that the term of the debt should not extend beyond the life of an asset. So we don't want to be paying for something after we're no longer using it. Don't want to debt finance vehicles for 15 years if they're only going to last 4 years. So things like that. We don't want to go beyond the life of the asset. The debt should be incurred when the interest rate to incur debt is lower than the interest rate earned on investment funds. And that's one thing that our investment committee is going to have to look at closely this year, because it is very possible that this might be the year that balance shifts a bit. And so, but I'm going to leave that to the investment committee to really dig into that piece. The DC, which is development charges or rate-based, so those ones can be paid through debt. They're going to be recovered through future development charges, so that the people that are actually benefiting from those debt projects are paying for the debt project. And once again, investment projects that eventually will pay for themselves. We just need to incur some debt to get them started. In terms of reserve management, so some of the things we're looking at there, and if you have any questions on this, I'm going to refer to Heather, because it always trips me up a little bit. But there's reserves and there's reserve fund, and the reserves are kind of money that we've set aside. It's not specifically linked to an actual project, but it's money that we need to have in hand. Once again, it speaks to that being able to respond to changing things. It's like our contingency reserve is one of them, and it's a situation where if we have a financial crisis, we can pull from the contingency. If we have extra money, we put it in there. It kind of helps us smooth out our finances. Property reserves are another one, that if we have an opportunity to purchase a property, we have some money to do that, because those kind of things tend to come up not in a budget cycle. Reserve fund is money that we specifically allocate for a project, and sometimes they're obligatory, which means that there's no way, no how we can take the money out of that fund and use it for something else. And sometimes council does have the discretion to move that money around. Part of that would be like some of the money we have set aside for the Bucket Center, money that's come in that we've actually said, this is what this money's for, or we've put it aside for that money. So the reserve management guidelines that we approved, to use them judiciously, to manage our debt levels and to reduce our debt. So that's what I was talking about with contingency. Sometimes we draw from that a little bit more to try to help smooth things out instead of going into debt for things. Contributions to and draws from, smooth to provide predictable impact on tax levy and rates. We've done that a lot in the past. Part of what we're facing this year is, every time you do that every time you use contingency money to smooth your operation costs, though, the next year it's already built into the operation cost. So it's just going to make a bigger gap in where you got to go for the next year. And the reserves can be used to protect against non-capital long-term liabilities. Once again, if we have a giant crash in the economy, if the county faces some very large capital money that we have to spend out, like a lawsuit or, those kind of things that we have to deal with. So the next tenet of the financial guidelines was the annual budget. Basically, it's just splits between operating budget and a capital budget. Operating funds the day-to-day operations, provides our services, and the capital is providing the infrastructure and the assets for the municipality. For the annual budget, normally we would be starting this presentation in November, and hopefully, usually we try to aim for approval by the end of December. In an election year, we are required to do it in the year of the budget, so that's why we're starting in January this time. And there's two components, the base operating budget and the capital budget. How we get to the base operating budget is we take the previous year's budget. Any items that were approved as one-time revenues or expenses are taken out of that budget, so that's like the contingency shifts and things like that. Then we add any inflationary increase. Once again, if inflation was negative, it would be a decrease. Then we add any council approved expenditures, revenues, things that you guys may have approved in the previous year, mid-year projects that you said, yep, that's going forward. It's going to get added to the next year's budget. Changes to the debt service charges. So we look at how much debt we've paid off in a year and how much more debt we've incurred, and we sort out how much our debt servicing is going to be, and that gets us to our current year base budget. Revenues are usually like user fees, and we've gone through, I think in December, we went through and updated our fees and charges bylaw. And our expenses are the known increase. So if we know there's going to be an increase in cost of equipment, services, inflation costs, the one thing it does not include any staff that we are proposing to add for next year, though. If staff already been approved in 2022 mid-year, it's included, but any new staff asks are considered as decision packages. Capital budget and asset management. So we have a 5-year forecast in our binders based on projects that we've approved, assets that need to be replaced. Staff have worked a lot on the capital program for the next 5 years. The 2017 guidelines called for, and this was where we started with the increasing our capital spending. 2017, it said we were going to increase our spending every year to get to $9 million by 2018, and then in accordance with inflation each year after. So we had been doing inflationary increases each year. In 2022, council made the decision that we were not going to do an inflationary increase as a way of controlling the budget at that point, which leaves for 2023, our starting point is the same as it was in 2022, $12,284,871. So last year we didn't add anything. If we don't add anything this year, we'll get into much more detail about the implications of, not increasing our capital spending for 2023. The asset management plan is still an ongoing project, hopefully to be done this spring, and that will give us a lot of help going forward direction in terms of what we should be spending. I imagine it'll come up the same thing we had in 2017, where this year you should spend this much, this year you should be spending that much, with incremental increases to get us to where we need to be. That will help inform our 2024 and beyond and our financial plan. The recommended fund, yep, I already got that one.
Yeah, I think this is a good chance to take questions. Councillor Bell, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to any Heather that wants to answer the question. Heather, yeah. Thank you. I really appreciated it. I've done this for 4 years, but it's always nice to be reminded, so thank you. The 4 tenets are really sound, but I think there should be a 5th one. And it's something that we've talked about before in the last term of council, and that was an overarching long-term financial plan. Certainly in my own business experience, there was always that plan into which an annual budget would fall, and you would test that annual budget against the overall plan. And I'd be thinking in terms of a plan that goes out 10, 15, 20 years, which is renewed regularly, and into which the annual budget forms. So I would certainly like to recommend that we have that as tenet number 5. The self-imposed annual repayment limit, we seem to have a lot of wriggle room there, so I wouldn't suggest any changes at the moment. But you did say the investment committee needs to take a look at something. I think we actually didn't form the investment committee this year. I think last time Dave Miller and I and Joan Gatwood were the investment committee, and we met once. So I think it's appropriate that we do have the investment committee reconstituted, and that we do, as you suggest, take a look in the current circumstances. Thank you. That was my commentary.
Councillor Miller, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick questions. When we talk about servicing debt, I know it includes the interest. Does the servicing also include the principal? Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. And then new debentures, you mentioned you included the last one in December. There's a couple more to go on there to get our 8.7%. What can you what are those interest rates at now? Say for the December debenture.
Our deputy treasurer is she's gonna look up what the current.
Okay, and along those lines, I assume, but I will ask, have we seen those? Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry, Daryl?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bells, just to go back to the points raised, I agree with you entirely in terms of a comprehensive strategic financial plan that pulls all those pieces together. I think we've identified that. I have early on that's a gap here. So I think that really needs to guide us going forward, and that needs to be something developed fairly quickly for the organization. I too recognize that we did not appoint the committee with regard to the kind of the policy structure around the reserve fund, and we've identified that and we'll be doing that.
Any other questions before we begin the next section? Nope. Heather, if you want to keep going.
Sure. So for the 2023 budget, the starting point in council directions. So in July, every year we take a report to council kind of to framework how the next year's budget is going to go. And so in July of 2022, council approved the following directions. That staff prepare an operating budget which maintains the current level of service. That staff prepare a 5-year capital forecast to fund maintenance and a replacement of existing assets and infrastructure. That staff prepare decision packages for any proposed increase or change in level of service. And that $360,000 be allocated at a special grants meeting in 2023. The one piece of direction that we usually try to get, and we didn't get in 2022, is where we're going to land on the capital. Historically, we have tied the capital to the non-residential construction price index. When we were looking in July, that was absolutely through the roof. It was around 15 to 17%. So we said, let's see where that lands at the end of the year before we commit to what our capital investment's going to be for next year. So at this point, we've left it open for council to decide what level they want to fund that at. And I think somewhere I'll get into like what that would look like in terms of numbers. So we were at the presentation of our initial budget positions. That's where we're at today. Here's the budget schedule. I think all these should be in your calendars to date. We do have a few weeks that we have available for extra meetings if we need to have further discussion, deliberations on the budget. There's many things that go into creating our operating budgets. The base operating expenses, the fees and charges revenue, property taxes, what we call the supplemental. So when new assessment comes in, it gets added to the roll, gives us some more finances to deal with. Federal, provincial funding levels go up and down. Usually the larger we get and the stronger we get as a financial organization, the less support we're getting on some of the federal funding. Impact of municipal service agreements. So, that's our shared services agreement with the city plays a big piece of that because we committed to the new cost structure, which is having a pretty significant impact on our budget this year. The annualization of positions and council decisions made. I'll get into more detail on some of that. debt servicing charges, as I went over already, and the annualized cost to maintain and operate new facilities. So as we create new parks or facilities or roads, we then have to also maintain those. So that's additional operating costs. Capital budgets are funded on a 5-year forecast basis. The current year expenditures are the ones that we're going to be approving in the budget. The rest of it is largely for information, but it gives you a picture of where we're going over the next 5 years. And I think I've already been over the different types of capital investments, tax, development charges, and investment capital. Decision packages, so that's the tool we use to bring forward to you things that we see as needing additional service, additional staffing levels, additional capital assets we think need to be built, additional projects we would like you to consider. We submit those as decision packages for council through the budget process to say yay or nay to. Just so you know, none of the decision packages are included in the base capital or operating budgets that we've presented. So anything we do consider or approve of those is going to be above and beyond the budget as presented. Quick note about water and wastewater rate supported budgets. So as you're going through some of the documents, some of like our key drivers may not seem like it lines up with our actual operation budget summaries. It's because the water and wastewater rate supported items, they're obviously part of our budget. They're part of the money that comes in, part of the money that goes out. But because they are completely looked at with their own financial plan and their own rate studies, we don't spend as much time at the actual budget table discussing the water and wastewater projects. They are looked at comprehensively on their own thing. They don't impact the tax levy. That's kind of a question that always comes up. They are fully funded by their rates, so both operating and capital for those are fully rate funded, so they don't impact the tax levy, which is why we really don't get into a ton of detail about them at this. This is largely about what we're going to be charging people for taxes in 2023. Which leads us to the budget challenge, and this is something that is going to definitely require significant thinking on everyone's part and effort, and we're still working on things, and is managing expenses relating to the services we provide, the needs of the community. The community is always looking for new services or coming up with ideas and things that are needed. Maximizing and balancing the use of our non-tax revenues, so trying to get as much out of our fees and charges and our grant opportunities, while maintaining a financially solvent organization, so trying not to lean too heavily on debt or completely relying on outside sources to give us money for our projects. And the property tax, so achieving a property tax that meets our financial needs, but is also something that the community can handle, that's not too much to ask from our stakeholders, which is the property taxpayer. Recognizing that I'm sure most taxpayers would prefer a 0% increase every year, but there's also financial realities in terms of where we're at in terms of inflation, both locally and on a larger scale. And that leads us to property tax, unless anyone has any questions on that section.
Are there any questions before we move forward? No? Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Just to circle back to Councillor Miller's question, on the interest rate, we're sitting at, as of yesterday, it's 4.54% for 25 years, and that's has about held steady for the last 7 months or so. So municipal property tax system. So the municipal property taxes system is regulated by 2 acts, the Municipal Act and the Assessment Act, and the general principle or basis is that it takes the total tax levy, the amount that has to be raised through property taxes, is divided or allocated over the total current value, market value of the properties within that geographic municipality. So how you get to that market value is MPAC, is the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. values property based on a current value. Now, it is set to a certain year, and we are still using the 2016 current value assessment. It was to be updated in 2020, but with COVID, that didn't happen. We expect for the 2024 budget to be using an updated current value, but we haven't heard confirmation on that yet. How we get from assessed value to the total, what we call the total weighted assessment, is through the use of ratios, where the residential property has a ratio of 1:1. So, and it's kind of the basis, and that your farm properties have a ratio that lower their weighted value of assessment, and your industrial and commercial have a higher ratio. So for the County of Brant, the ratio for farm is 0.24. The industrial ratio is 2.55, and the commercial is 1.9. So those factors together get to our property taxes. So here's how we get from the budget today to your tax bill. So we look at, for a year, the total expenses for the municipality. We deduct any non-tax revenue, so your provincial and federal grants, your permit fees, your user fees, user rate based ones, to get to the property tax levy. So the amount that has to be raised from the properties. So then you take that property tax levy and you divide it by your total weighted assessment. So after the ratios have been applied, to get to your tax rate. And then you take, for your individual tax bill, you take that tax rate, multiply it by the assessment of your property, and that is how your tax bill is calculated. So next, we kind of have a very simple example to walk you through with just some simple numbers. So in our example, we have expenses of $20,000, non-tax revenue of $10,000. We have 10 residential properties assessed at $100,000 each, and they have a ratio of 1. We have 2 agricultural properties assessed at $200,000 each, with a tax ratio of 0.24, and we have 1 industrial property assessed at $250,000 with a tax ratio of 2. So to get to our property tax levy, we take our $20,000 minus our $10,000 to get to a levy to be raised of $10,000. To get to our weighted assessment, we take the total property class, the total assessment per class, times the ratio to get to the weighted property class. So we have 10 residential properties, so $1 million times a ratio of 1 for $1 million. 2 agricultural for a total of $400,000 in assessment, times a ratio of 0.24 for a total weighted assessment of $96,000. And we have 1 industrial property with a value of $250,000, times a ratio of 2 for a weighted assessment of $500,000. So a total weighted assessment of $1,596,000. Okay, so then to put it all together, so you have your property, you have your total weighted assessment of $1,596,000. You take your property tax levy divided by your total weighted assessment to get your tax rate. So 10,000 divided by 906,000 gives you a tax rate of 0.00626 as the tax rate. So then when we apply it to get to our tax bill, you take your tax rate and your tax ratio times your assessment to get to your tax bill. So for your residential property with an assessed value at $100,000, a ratio of 1, your tax bill is $623. Your agricultural property with a value of $200,000 and a ratio of 0.24, your taxes are $300. And for your industrial property of $250,000 at a ratio of 2, your tax bill is $3,134. Okay.
We have a question from Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. You say we have limited ability to change the ratios. How limited is that?
There is, well, it's up to council to change. The province does provide a range of fairness, and actually the tax ratio report will be coming forward at the February 2nd meeting, so to be part of the budget process. Anything, the council just has to be aware that anytime you shift the ratio, it's going to shift any costs away to or from the residential property because the residential has a ratio of 1:1. So if you lower farm, if you lower industrial, yes, industrial goes down, but somebody else has to pick it up. So it's all, and your residential is your biggest class.
Yeah, but equally the opposite is true. We could put more on industrial, more on farming, and reduce the residential.
Correct. Now, there is a max set by the province, and we are not that far off the max for industrial.
Councillor Coleman, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for clarification on agriculture, because I'm sure that some people were thinking we could just shove that right up. We already pay, that is 24% is on the barren land.
Yeah.
We already assessed for each individual properties. So I just want to make clarification. We're already paying it. A lot of municipalities are down to 20% on the barren agricultural land.
Councillor
Yeah,
Bell?
Mr. Mayor, just to my colleague, Councillor Coleman, I was not challenging farming. I was really just trying to see what flexibility we have as a council. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Miller.
Just if I could, Mr. and Councillor Bell, it's a question. We did as a council lower the agriculture from 25 to 20.24, and I know we wanted to go further, but life got in the way.
Any other questions before we keep going? Seeing none?
Okay. So on to development charges. So development charges, the Development Charge Act is a piece of legislation that allows municipalities to collect the capital costs for infrastructure related to development and growth. And we used to be able to say that growth paid for growth, but we're not quite there now. When a development charge is created, we have to complete a background study, and that background study takes into consideration all the growth forecast for that municipality for 10 to 30 years of both residential and industrial, commercial properties expected, and then it looks at what infrastructure needs to be in place to accommodate that growth for the next 10 to 30 years. So all the projects that are required are then identified in the background study, costed out, is looked at how much is growth related, how much is benefit to existing, to get to how much to your actual tax or development charge rate. The county did its last update in August 2019 and then amended it in December 2021 to add housing and to update a few of the larger capital projects. And that, with Bill 23, that timing turned out to be pretty good, because if we had been a month later in January 1st, 2022, with Bill 23, we would have been hit by the phase-in of the development charges, where we would have to phase in the rates over the next 4 years. So because we got it in December, there is no impact in the 2023 budget from the phase-in portion of the Bill 23. The next piece, affordable and attainable housing exemption. So this is where a home or a rental unit is at 80% of the market value as determined by the province. The province hasn't set out that document yet. That would be, the impact would be about 41,000 for a single residence, or 26, just under 27 for a multi-unit rental project. We have no known projects coming in those kind of status now, so have not included any amount in the 2023 budget for that. Moving on, then there's the new discount for proposed built rental housing with a discount of 15 to 25%, which equals about just over 4,000 to just under 7. And this is dependent on the number of rooms in the rental units. At this time, there's no known projects coming in, so no amount has been included in the 2023 budget. The mandatory allocation of DC reserves for priority services, so that's roads, water, and wastewater. We've never had any issue allocating the 60% required out of the reserves, and quite often are more than the 60%, so we're good there. Removal of housing as a service for DCs. This does impact the county. We had just added it, like I noted, in December 2021, and have collected just under 2,500 per unit, per residential unit for 2022, and it came in, we collected about just around 720,000 for 2022. We expect we would have collected that in 2023 as well. So that does impact us, and for the Trillium Way Affordable Project, that 4.1 million was to come from reserves, of which DCs would have been a portion of that, so we will have to circle back and look at the funding for that project. Removal of certain studies from DC eligibility. So that I'm confident that all the administrative studies are no longer funded by DCs. I'm not as sure, and we're waiting on regs regarding whether the EAs for the capital projects actually are allowable or not. At this point, like there is 1.2 million in studies included in the background study. For 2023, in the capital budget, we have switched about 280,000 from DC funded to levy funded, levy and reserve funded. Removal of land costs for certain services. So this is, again, we're waiting on regulations. It's kind of not sure whether it's land under buildings for like arenas, whether that's not qualified, or whether, and lands for roads is still, roads and roundabouts are still okay. So those costs in the background study are buried in the total construction costs. We haven't tried to break out the land purchases in those as yet, so haven't really, don't know a total value on that one. Ontario Land Tribunal awarding costs. We have not, but we've added additional staff to development services in December to help with this, but we have not budgeted any award costs to issued against the municipality in the 2023 budget. Okay.
Questions, Councillor House first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Heather. Just circling back a little bit to some of those impacts of Bill 23 on development charges and where they can be used. I just wanted to make sure anyone who's watching this is understanding. So the province has created an incentive for builders to build rental properties, and that incentive, part of that incentive is to give the municipality reduced development charges. I think you said between 10 and 25% reduction in development charges on rental property construction, and we need more rental properties. But I just wanted to clarify, there's no mechanism in there to dictate what type of rental housing. The builder could build a 2,500 square foot, luxury house, and for rentals, or maybe luxury apartments. They would still be eligible for the reduced development charges in this scenario, correct?
I'm not exactly clear on if there's going to be regs that come into play in there, but I would think that some of that is true. I know there's no mechanism right now to prevent them to be converted afterwards out of rentals as well. So yeah, it's an area that's of concern.
Definitely an area of concern. Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Heather, the Trillium Way project, do you have any timeline as to when you will know what the impact is?
No, we'll be looking into it over the next couple of months to just kind of narrow down or confirm the funding for that project and getting back to council.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we move on.
Investments and reserves. So the county invests their funds with two investment firms. So the Brant County Power Sale Fund or Reserve is investment with one investment, which is operated by LAS or AMO and the Municipal Finance Officers Association. The reserve balance and original investment was $32 million. The market value at the end of November was $37.5 million. We do reinvest all the interest. The market value was significantly impacted by the downturn in the economy, but is coming back, thank goodness. Council approved a policy for investment and use of the interest. The policy includes that to hold the original investment in perpetuity while making indexed annual contributions from the investment earnings towards the capital needs. In 2022, some of that capital share of those earnings was reallocated to operating to offset debenture servicing. Further, speaking back to the investment committee, it was in the policy to review and advise on investments. They meet as needed, and the items as noted to consider for 2023 is to move the funds for better returns, lower service fees, and easier management. The balance of the county's investments is with RBC Dominion Securities. It holds the cemetery trust fund that is held for perpetual care. We do invest some of the operating funds if we're in a positive cash flow, so we get better returns on our interest. And also through the recent fundraising campaigns, we've had a number of donation of shares, which they assist with to cash out and invest for us, as the municipality can't hold shares. So. Municipal reserves. So this is quite a lengthy list and only an example of what we have. So these are specific purpose reserves. So we start with the contingency and rate stabilization reserve. So it's used to fund emergency or unforeseen capital projects, as well as to be used to smooth the tax levy changes from year to year. Then we have the departmental capital reserve. So each department has a capital reserve. Any unspent funds at the end of a project are transferred to the reserve, and then reallocated out in the next capital budget to fund the different projects. We have a fleet reserve, so we have an internal fleet rental rate that also includes the cost of replacement of those vehicles. This again is a kind of smoothing reserve to allow the replacement of the vehicles to come out of the reserve and not hit the capital levy. The property reserve is simply for use of selling and buying a property. The election reserve, it's used, we transfer into it for the 3 years before the election and pull out of it. So again, it's a smoothing kind of reserve. The insurance reserve, we put into it when we have significant savings, or we do contribute to it annually. It covers, then we pull out of it to mitigate insurance increases, as well as to fund any deductibles that need to be covered. The ambulance reserves are used again as a smoothing to smooth operating, because it is a shared service, and it's used to cover equipment and vehicle replacements. Policy-driven reserves. So the John Noble Home Capital Reserve has a annual contribution to the reserve. And in addition to that, both the John Noble Home and the health unit, we contribute, if they have a surplus, part of that surplus is contributed to their reserve, to an individual reserve for them to use for capital purposes. And likewise, if they're in a deficit, we would pull anything that needs to be covered for them from that reserve. The affordable housing, we have a policy that any land sales, the net revenue of those land sales goes to the affordable housing reserve, and then is used again to fund affordable housing projects. Self-supporting division reserves fund. So we have the building reserve, and we're hoping, or as part of this budget, we're proposing for a development engineering reserve where the permit fees are put into the reserve and cover the cost of the operation or the inspection for the next period of time, because they often overlap year end. It makes them a fully supported kind of entity. As you know, building, you pay at one point and then the inspection happens afterwards. Development engineering is a little bit the opposite, but that's how they work. Water, wastewater, and Russell Heights, they are user fee or rental rates, and they're set to cover both the operating costs and the future replacements. So that rate is all encompassing, so that none of the costs hit the levy. Finally, I think, so there is a couple legacy reserves. So we have I mentioned the Brant County Power Sale Reserve Fund. in addition to that, we had the financing reserve that was set up a long time ago for cash flow and internal borrowing. And then finally, the obligatory reserve. So any federal provincial grants that come in and are go over multi-years must be set up as obligatory reserves and must earn interest. Likewise, development charges are obligatory reserves and must earn interest, and there's a reserve set up for each service within the development charge background study. Any unspent funds in those obligatory reserves, if like we close them down and say we're never going to use them again, have to be returned either to the province or the DC. So that's, I think, where we're all there is.
Counselor Hauser first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, Heather. And I don't need the first answer right away, but at some point, could you let us know about that affordable housing reserve? And I can't remember, I remember when it was initiated. I remember Mark bringing the idea forward. We all supported it. But I'd be curious to kind of the status of how much has gone into it, if any, in that first term. My second question is, and this isn't necessarily a reserve question, but I do know you're the right person to answer it. When we first made a decision on agreeing to cannabis retail in the county of Brant, the federal government had an initiative basically to help support costs related that might come up related to those decisions for municipalities. Do those funds still come in, and where do they go? Or do they just go into the operating piggy bank for bylaw costs, or?
We actually, I think we've received the last payment. They do go into a reserve specifically for cannabis. We have been pulling them out annually, like we check with bylaw and development services to see if they've had any specific issues they dealt with related to cannabis and legal, and we ask them for their number of hours or any specific funding for it, like purchases, and we fund those projects out of that reserve. I think there's still a balance in there, but I'm not exactly sure how much left. But we don't expect any more funds coming.
So the money, through you, Mr. Mayor, the money coming in has ended, but there may be some money there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Counselor Bell, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Just looking at the audited accounts for last year, I know they're a bit ancient now, it's like a year ago. But the total reserves and reserve funds were 74 million, which included 31.5 for the Brant County Power Sale, which looks like it's a bigger number now. So it sounds like we have about 80 million, more or less, that we have in reserve and reserve funds. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. Now, some of those, like again, we mentioned our obligatory or reserve funds. 70 million? 70 million.
70 million.
Yeah. That are like the water and wastewater, or water reserve is only used for water, wastewater is only, so that there's some specifics to those, and I know building as well, so.
Yeah. Just to mention affordable housing, because I'm looking at the number here. At the end of 2021, it was 328,000. Yeah.
Now Heather's just given me an updated estimate, and we're looking at about 931,000 right now. So, 900. So.
That's very good news. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? No? Heather, if you want to just continue on with number 7.
Okay, so now we'll get into a bit more specifics on the 2023 budget. We're going to give a budget overview. We're going to cover the current economic outlooks, the 2023 draft budget, where we're at with that, and talk about some of our key budget drivers. So economic outlook. So last last year when we did the budget overview, we talked a lot about focusing on 2022 being a year of transition, coming out of the COVID, coming into an era where people had high demands for services, high labor costs. Labor was a big focus of ours coming out of 2022. Part of the strong economic recovery that we saw in late 2021 has been tampered by inflation and global volatility. We've all talked about in previous reports about hot supply chain issues and higher than normal inflationary costs, which did see the biggest jump in July and has calmed down a little bit since then, but it is still higher than most years we usually see. Canada, as globally, we've fared better than a lot of other countries. We did have a 3.5 growth in the gross domestic product. As a result of the strong job market, our commodity prices, our investments, and the strong demand for services following COVID-19. Looking at some of the Bank of Canada projections, and once again, these are not set in stone. The national gross domestic product is expected to increase by 0.5% over 2023. Interest rates are anticipated to peak at 4.5%, although our Deputy Treasurer reported that we are currently at 4.5%, so that might be a little bit of a low guesstimate on that one. National wage growth is expected to grow by 4%, and inflation and it ends November because I didn't have the December numbers when I wrote this report. 6.8% was as of the end of November. It was a decrease from its high of 8 in July, and inflation's estimated, they're guessing, 3% for 2023, and then back to 2%, which is kind of the normal for 2024. Looking at unemployment, so the current Canada unemployment is 5.1. Ontario is a bit higher at 5.5, and we are kind of right in the middle at 5.2. It is up from where we were before any of the pandemic started in November 2019, but it is down significantly from our 2021 and 2020 numbers. The Brantford job rates were consistent with the averages locally and provincially and federally, and it looks like the increase, as new job opportunities come in, new businesses come in, new growth in our residents, it does seem to be that everything is balancing at this time. We do participate each year in the BMA Management Consultants Municipal Study. They review and compare social, economic, and environmental factors to determine an overall financial position. We've pulled out a few of the slides. It is a 600-page study, which we are happy to provide if anyone really wants to dive into all of them. What I've looked at in looking at mine is we do have a set of comparators that we use for job market analysis and things like that. So I've pulled out those that actually participate in this study as well. So some of the comparators we usually use didn't participate in the study, so they're not in here, but the ones that I'm referring to are the ones that do both studies. So percent population increase, so this is looking at our growth numbers. Over 5 years, from 2016 to 2021, we saw a 10.8% population increase, which is the highest of our comparator group, which shouldn't be much of a surprise to any of us. The average comparator, we're seeing about 7.5%. The average household income for Brant is just under 120. Once again, the highest of our comparator group with an average of 96,500. Net levy per capita, so this is per person. The County of Brant has a net tax levy of $14.62. So it's dead in the middle range of our comparators. The average was $15.80, so we're just slightly lower than average on the net levy per person. But the municipal burden as a percentage of income, so the County of Brant has a 4.5% burden, which is tied for the lowest of the comparators, average being 5.18. So that's just a little bit of a social look at where everybody's standing in terms of ability to pay, part of our financial sustainability review. Moving on, once again, this is where we're at with the budget. The evaluate review of draft budget, that's going to start a little bit on the 18th when we look at the paramedic services budget, but mostly that'll be like the February 2nd, diving into the actual projects and numbers and deliberations. Public engagement. So we have kicked off our public engagement campaign for the budget. We've set up a friendly link, and that's included on there. It's been promoted on our socials. We did do a one-page, actually it's more than one page, I think it's 3-page summary report in hard copy that is available at our county facilities. And we have also opened up the Engage Brant public engagement platform as an additional opportunity for people to provide comment or to look at our materials. Any comments, questions, input we do get from the public, we will be taking all those notes and compiling them. We'll be responding to any questions we can, but anything that requires a higher level discussion will be presented to the committee at February 2nd meeting. Format of the budget binder. I'm going to presume you've all gone through your binders at least on some high level, so this is just a summary of the sections. I'm not going to go through them all. This is where we land as our base operating budget. And I think after the warnings we've given you this morning, you want to be incredibly surprised. We are sitting currently at a total net levy increase of 10.8%, which comes to the median home at a 6.6% increase. Now, I will explain where the median home value comes from. So what they look at to determine our median home is the value at which half the homes in the county have a higher value and half the homes in the county have a lower value. So that's how they determine what the median home is. It's just kind of a standard used across municipalities to determine, because everybody's increase in taxes is going to slightly depend on what their assessment is. So when we say it's a 6.6% increase on the median home, and that's a $209.51 tax increase over the year. Now, once again, this 373 as median home, a lot of times people question that because it seems to be a very low number, and it is. It's based on the 2016 current value assessment, but your taxes are also based on the 2016 current value assessment. So presumably, unless the real estate market completely tanks, our next reassessment, both of those numbers will go up. Both, how much everybody's home is worth, and also our median home will go up. So if you're saying my home's worth way more than 373, but what was it worth in 2016 is really the number that we're looking at. We are going to go through, all the general managers are going to be coming up and doing presentations on their pieces of this. This is just a very high level overview, just a snapshot of where we're going. And I'm going to leave it to Heather to get into some details on the budget drivers. So this is where we're at. Net levy increased 10.8%, tax levy 6.6%, and where we were in 2022 and 2023. Okay, I'll leave it to Heather's.
Councillor Pierce, you've got a question?
Yeah, thanks. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple quick ones. So explain to me again, and I think you said it there, but I want to confirm. So the median home assessment is based on 2016 values. We're hoping that for 2024, we can bring it to current values. Is that because we don't have that information, or why can't we?
It's because MPAC, they only do reassessments, like large scale reassessments, every few years. And I think they were scheduled for 2019? No, 2020?
Well, it's supposed to be every 4 years.
Yeah.
Right.
So 2020, they were going to do one, and then they decided they weren't doing one, and then they made that decision again. And the province announced in November that we were going to, for 2023, we were still using the 2016 CVAs.
Okay, that's unfortunate. And one other one, if I could, back when you were talking about the percentage of population increase, 10.8% across the county. Do you by chance have that broken down into wards per se, or is it just an overall?
I don't have that broken down. I could probably pull that out broken down for the
Yeah,
next
if it's,
meeting.
if it's
Yeah.
too much, don't worry about it, but I'd be interested to know, because it'd be interesting to, you know, those are the last, you know, from 2016 to 2021, and then if we look at even from 2021 till now, there's also been, you know, significant increase all over the place, so I'd be interested to, if possible, to see those updated and broke down if we could.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So I'm gonna just go through some of the key budget drivers. So the next 3 slides kind of identify some specific numbers and how each one of those numbers impacts the median home percentage-wise and dollar-wise. So the first one, the first page is for the revenues drivers, with the first one being the property tax supplementaries, which is our good positive driver. We're expecting 1.9 million in property tax supplementaries for an increased revenue to the budget of 425,000. Now that is something that we will be growing. We're growing, so that number should be good for the next couple of years. But at some point, we probably have to wean ourselves off that as well. The rest of those I'll get into more detail in the following slides. The next page is the expense budget drivers, which overall, a lot of them are impacted by inflation and growth, and I'll get into those specifically. And then the third listing of numbers is related to the cost sharing items. So the decision package that has been approved for paramedics to have the 2 12-hour shifts, and then the social services phased in change to the cost sharing agreement. So the budget drivers, the surplus carry forward as identified, and Daryl mentioned it, we're not expecting a surplus in 2022, so the 400,000 that was in the budget has been removed. Likewise, in 2022, council approved a 350,000 contribution from the contingency reserve to kind of smooth or help out the levy increase. We've removed that at this time, and it'll be up to council if they want to put that amount or an amount back in. OMPF. So this one, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund is the operational grant received from the province. The county receives its portion largely for farm and rural. We are seeing a reduction of 232,000 in our grant, which is the maximum allowed. We're guaranteed 85% of the previous year's grant. Where we're impacted, they did use the updated Stats Canada data, so we're back to population impact, because what they call the rural and small community measure has decreased by 7%, which is largely related to population. So how they apply that factor to the grant that we get has resulted in the decrease. Moving on to the boundary adjustment. So back in 2017, there was an agreement between the city and the county to adjust the boundary. There was 2 financial compensations related to that agreement. We get 1.1 million annually, with the last payment coming in January 1st, 2027 for one type of compensation. The other compensation related to the portion of property taxes is on a declining basis over 11 years, and the reduction for 2023 is $170,594. Parking permit revenue. So last year in the 2022 budget, we included anticipated revenue for a parking permit system. This has not been implemented, and we're not sure whether it will be implemented or will be in time to generate revenue for 2023. So it has been removed at this point. Emergency management, we did fund in the 2022 budget the emergency management position from what we assumed might be additional COVID funding. We do not have COVID funding to fund that position, or for even 2022, we fully allocated out all our COVID funding, so the amount to cover that has been removed as well. Staffing costs. So staffing costs include, We've included 2% cost of living increase for non-union staff. There's increases related to the collective agreements, and this, and as well as grid steps and annualizations of the positions that were approved to start May 1st in the 2022 budget. As well as the positions that were added in December. That's what I was missing in that one. Further, there's some other drivers for insurance, communication, parks and forestry, and lane marking. These are largely related to growth as we grow and as additional services are requested. And then, of course, the big one is inflation, and does cover more than just supply the items listed. It's hard to pull out inflation from all the items. We do identify it for supplies, contracts, fuel is a huge one. These increases plus the supply chain issue are yet to be fully resolved, and our general cost of living increases. So. Then we get to the shared services agreement. So the city and the county are jointly responsible for a number of shared services, including paramedics and social services, John Noble Home, health unit. The contributions are all based on population now. With the city for 2023 budget, the city share is 72% and the county share is 28%. In accordance with the draft 2022 paramedic services budget, the city council reviewed and approved it in December, and is now going to be presented for final approval or ratification by the county at the February before, and it must be done before February 1st. There will be a report coming forward at the January 18th meeting for that. And it does include a decision package for 2 12-hour shifts. 2023 draft social services budget. So as noted, the cost sharing agreement between the city and county for social services has changed from caseload basis to population. So there was a 3-year phase in, and we're in the 2nd year of that phase in to get us to full population share. So that represents quite a significant increase, a key driver. In addition, they also have a capital request with that. City Council has final approval of that and must approve it before February 1st. Oops. Where did that
Questions, Councillor Howes, you're first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Heather. And it's actually not even to Heather, it's more to anyone watching at home. Before we get calls about the paid parking that was referenced in this last part of the presentation, a reminder to all that was related to non-resident parking. Thanks.
Correct. That's fine. Oh.
Any other questions?
There's just one additional slide that we've prepared that's not in your packages. Is something we worked on over the weekend after we had finalized the capital sheets for you. So just so everyone knows, a total of 98,614,207 was identified in capital expenditures for 2023. We've looked at sources from funding from the tax levy, reserves, grants, debt, and donations. Our team put a lot of effort into trying to find sources for everything. Of that, we identified about 17 million worth of projects to be funded from the 2023 tax levy. However, as I mentioned, currently we have 12,284,000 in tax levy funding budgeted. So what we've done is we are going to be working as a group to further refine that number, to find some other sources, to identify some projects that may need to be pushed off or that that just won't happen. I did mention before, but we had 2021 to 2022, we didn't make any increase in capital levy investment. This is where I got into based on the non-residential construction price index. In 2022, that was an increase of 15.6%. So if we had recommended that as our index again this time, it would have been an additional 1,916,000, or an additional tax increase of 3.1%. Now, we recognized when we were starting to prepare this budget that this was not going to be an easy budget year. So we wanted to make sure that we left it in council's hands as to, what, if we're going to make an additional investment in capital, what that's going to look like. What we are going to come back with is the implications of like which projects aren't going to be able to go forward based on different levels of capital funding. So we'll bring much more of those details forward for the February 2nd meeting. But that's where the capital started. We thought it was fair to present to you. This is where we're at today. We do still have a gap in funding. We're still working through furious emails even last night, trying to find some last minute sources, move some money around. But we will be presenting more details on the capital budget in February. But just so everyone knows, this is where we're starting at.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Heather. Heather, I think you said that we as council made a decision last year not to increase the spend on capital that would come from the levy. Was that decided? I can't recall now. Was that decided as a one-off, or did we change the rules? Because if we didn't change the rules, then we should go back to the rules.
I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
I can't recall either. But in principle, if we're going to follow our own logic, then last year was a one-off, and we should put in the base budget the numbers that you've got there, because that's exactly what we agreed to. Well, we didn't. People around it that were around in 2017 agreed to. And I think the decision package should be the other way around.
Any other questions? No?
I think that's it for my presentation.
We're going to start on the, anyone need a break yet? We're all right? Okay. The department presentations, 9.1, Heather Boyd. Sorry, Councillor Bell.
My last comment kind of fell into the pit over there and nobody picked it up. Could I get a response from staff as to whether my logic was correct, and if it is correct, can we have a revised starting budget?
I don't know if we're going to, yeah, go ahead, Heather.
I'll have to review whether it was a one-off. As to, I know part of the rationale was that we had there was a provincial grant funding that came through, so we used that to offset the levy change. We can, I guess, provide a new summary. It will be increased by that. So we're going from like 10.8 to 13 as our starting point. And then remove the decision package on the capital levy. So it's, I guess, council's direction.
Yeah, I would say that if we're going to start with like a new starting point, I really think we probably need direction from all of council as to whether or not we want to do that. I don't think we can do that just ourselves.
Yeah. So I don't know whether you make motions at this point, but I think if we're going to be logically correct, then we should start from that point, that we are following the rule set that we set out. I think it was almost in Heather's second or third slide, 2017 for tenants. And therefore, I think we're starting from an improper position. And I would recommend it, if I have to make a motion, I'll make the motion. But I do think we ought to start from the right place.
Councillor Bill, I think you should make a motion then, if you get some support.
Yeah. Then I make the motion that we follow our own rule set, which would include the increase in capital spending associated with the increase in inflation as per the calculated method.
Seeking a seconder, have it in Councillor Oakley. Any other discussion before we call the vote? Councillor McAlpine?
The only question I would have about doing that would be that the challenge is that the inflation rate this year looks like it very well could be a one of. So it's projected, according to the report, being an inflation rate of around 3% next year, possibly following the year down to 2%. So seeing that it is a one of projected, and I think that's the rationale that the staff have taken, that's why I think we could pull it and treat it that way.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if we can ask our CAO to weigh in on this.
Darrell?
Yeah, if I could through the mayor to the motion that's on the floor, then certainly I'd like to just go back and just verify what the actual the policy or discussion was around it. But I certainly appreciate the logic that we include that. If there's a decision to do otherwise, we reverse course in terms of a decision package, and we back that out. But certainly, if that's policy of this council and budget committee before, we can include that as a revised starting point.
Any other comments? We have something on the floor. It has a seconder. I guess we should call the vote on that first. All those in favor? Opposed? Nancy?
I believe it was, sorry, can I have the opposed again? So it's carried.
So it's carried.
There's 10, sorry. It's lost, I'm sorry.
Oh, it is lost. He's not here.
Sorry.
That's right. Just leave it lost?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think there's a way to do anything other than accept the vote.
You could change your motion.
I'm not sure what I'd change it to.
All right. Thank you. It stays lost. Thank you. Okay, Heather.
Just on that, we can put forward as part of the decision package on the capital levy the numbers, and we will confirm what we did in 2022. We'll put that more of that detail into the decision package piece, so council has all the information when they consider what they want to do with the capital levy for 2023.
8.1, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I probably should have spoke before the vote, but no, I support it, and but I guess if we put it on the decision package, that will be good too. The capital requirement, it's it's sometimes it's tough. You got to drag people kicking and screaming, but at the end of the day, we as a municipality, that is our job, right? Is to fund the infrastructure. And if we're not doing that, if we're falling behind, what happens is it's not just cumulative, but you actually go above and beyond. So if you take the example of a house, if you put off the new roof for a while, then you get leaks, the costs become even more expensive. So timely funding of our infrastructure, I think, is critical. So at least we're going to see it on the decision package. I do believe that was a one-off. Like I said, I clearly remember when Council Bouma was sitting there, and we had the big discussion about, make sure we are funding our infrastructure. It's costly, but I think at the end of the day, that is our first responsibility. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Heather, if you want to move on to 8.1, please.
Sure. So now I'm here to present the proposed 2023 budget for the mayor and council. As I'm sure you're well aware, the mayor and council are elected representatives and decision makers for the county of Brant. You develop and evaluate policies and priorities, maintaining the best interests of the communities, and you ensure accountability and transparency in the operation, and that processes are in place to implement council's decisions. 2022 accomplishments was review of the council remuneration, completed the orientation. Well, not completed. We're always ongoing with that, but the beginning of it. 2023, few things that we're looking to focus on is completing the orientation package, and we have a number of sessions scheduled over the next few months to work through that, and completion of the new official plan. A few budget drivers, the generalized expense line added to the mayor and each councilor's budget. That was done as part of the remuneration review, and an increase in membership and subscriptions, just general inflation costs as those prices go up. So the overall operating budget shows, oh, I moved my slides here, sorry. Shows a proposed net levy increase of 3.9%. I've gone through the drivers. There's no capital projects or decision packages at this time for this group. So basically I'm here if we have any questions. We did make a small reduction in contracted services, largely because we have that money set aside for things like integrity commissioner, closed meeting investigations, and we are hoping to not need as much as we've budgeted. We haven't in the past few years.
Questions, Councilor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Treaty Heather, that the salaries, wages, and benefits. You were the one driving, or you presented that report on. And I thought council approved a bit of a bigger jump than that for the wages. And I'm sure it's more than 3.8%.
It also includes the benefits as well. So the benefits wouldn't have increased very much. I'm not sure. I'm looking at my team, but I don't know. That's what they say the number is for the increase.
If I could kindly ask that,
Yep.
maybe in the next week.
They're going to confirm
Yeah.
that. Yep.
I would bet quite a bit that's incorrect.
Councilor Kirsch and then Councilor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through just very quickly again, and I know it's like a broken record with me every budget, but the materials and supplies again, it's one of those things that we need a little bit more breakdown as to what that is all going for. I know we kind of went there last year and the year before, but it just.
So I think if you look in your budget binders, pages 1-7 to 1-21-ish. Yep. It's a detailed breakout of the materials and supplies.
Right.
So I guess if there's more detail than that, just let us know.
Okay, and yeah, I appreciate that. I guess I'll just have to figure out which they tie into on the others. Okay, I'll link those through, and if I have any questions, I'll circle back.
Yeah, I think they're broken out by budget. So if you're looking for like any specifically, you can look at the mayor and council supplies, which is probably very small, but the other ones.
Thanks.
Okay.
Councilor Bell, did you have any other concerns about wages?
No, I think Councilor Miller has asked the question. I'm sure we'll get the answer by. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor to the committee, just working through the proposed 2023 budget for the Chief Administrative Officer's budget. There's really three divisions that form part of that budget. So the general CAO budget, a special projects budget, which has 3 or 4 business units in there, and then the legal and enforcement services group are included in that for purposes of budget presentation. In terms of just to highlight some of the 2022 accomplishments, priorities for the CAO, certainly at the top of the list in terms of 2022 accomplishments are certainly thanks to my predecessor, the ongoing management of the COVID pandemic, general management organization, and maintaining stable, responsible, and efficient operation of the municipal service. So that was amazing work done by Mr. Bradley through some pretty trying circumstances. In terms of the go forward for 2023 priorities, and these are in no particular order, but certainly the recruitment for the next CAO for the county. I'm quite confident that we are right on the timelines Mr. Bradley would have presented to council for that recruitment. So that is moving forward. An update to the county's strategic plan. We did provide committee with a brief kind of roadmap as to how that would occur back at committee in December. So certainly working with Mr. Crozier, we're on track to move that forward. There will be an item coming forward in terms of a new paramedic services headquarters and base station. That's moving forward as well. And certainly council will be getting a briefing on that very shortly. Certainly approval of the County of Brant's new official plan, and certainly committee was heard loud and clear on Tuesday in terms of the need for speed to move that forward as best we can. As Councillor Bell noted earlier, the commencement on the development of a strategic financial plan for the county is a priority, and approval of the 2023 operating and capital budgets. So starting to work through the actual budget for the general CAO's office, there's really very little change in terms of the CAO's business unit. So I'm on page 3.3 of the presentation. Really, this budget simply provides for 2 staff members, so that's myself, Mr. Crozier, who's the project manager in the office of the CAO. So there's no really additional or significant changes to that budget as presented, showing a total expenditure increase year over year of 3%. So I will keep moving forward. As noted, there's a series in the CAO's budget. There's a series of business units which are special project business units, and really there's only one of those that has any impact on the net levy right now. So the only 2 that are really active, certainly, so one is Brant Safe Streets. That's really where this net levy impact comes from of $258,000. So that's that really is, I believe that contains the salary and wage costs for our kind of traffic and safety specialist in there. So the second special project kind of business unit contained in there is automated speed enforcement. That's presented as 0 impact to the net levy right now as we await some approvals and a draft agreement to come forward. So those are the only really 2 active business units under special projects. And again, the $258,000 is solely attributable to the Brant Safe Streets business unit. And, sorry.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry if you weren't done. I wasn't sure whether you were done. But right in where you were speaking, the council approved the financing of 2 additional OPP officers a couple of years ago for the specific purpose of focusing on Highway Traffic Act issues, speeding and trucks in the wrong places and stuff like that. I'm wondering just how that initiative fits into this current budget. Is that part of what you're talking about here, or does that show up somewhere else?
Through the mayor to Councillor Howes, I do not believe that is contained as part of this budget. My understanding that the Safe Streets business unit I have refers to the transportation safety specialist position. I know there's some other funding in there for road staff, unionized road staff, but I don't think the other piece is contained in my budget. And I know Heather's here.
The other piece would be part of the OPP external agencies budget. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we pay the OPP around $5 million or whatever it is. I think that my ballpark. I guess my question, we can come to it later, but my question will be, are those extra services that we were paying extra for with a targeted purpose? I'll be interested in knowing whether that's continuing in this budget. And I don't need that answer right now.
Okay. No, we haven't taken anything out, so that enhancement to the contract would have been an ongoing enhancement. It wouldn't have been a one-time thing.
Councillor Bell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Darrell. The cost of implementation of the Brant Safe Street strategy, I'm going to presume they're included in the operations budget. And here I'm thinking about the actual speed humps and
other associated works.
Through the chair, yes, that is included. I know there's also a decision package in this year's.
And one more comment, if I may.
Yeah.
We tasked, I think at the last planning meeting or the one before, we tasked Adam to do a review of the planning process. I would say that's one of your priorities, or priorities of this particular office. Thank you.
Any other, Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A small concern in the overall budget, but 2023 budget drivers reallocated Gypsy Moth program budget to Parks and Forestry Administration. The Gypsy Moth program, that was new spending, okay? And we don't need to run that program. The Gypsy Moths are at a low ebb right now. I don't want to see that money, and we did talk about it. Just put in their Parks and Forestry budget, and it goes to whatever. There was discussion. We use it for new threats, biological threats, and the one we're talking about was the giant hogweed, right? It's one of those things, hogweed, where if you get to it early, it really, you save some money down the road because these things spread the seeds like crazy. So how do we, other than emotion, I guess, how do we ascertain that that money doesn't just get lost in wages and vehicles and all that good stuff, and it actually goes to the things that should be going to?
If I could, through the mayor, to Councilor Miller's question, again, I would look for clarification around the program that's now in place in forestry to kind of move that forward. So the funding has, you're right, it's completely moved out of the CAO's budget. But I would ask Cindy, through the mayor, if I could, just to talk about the program as it exists now in that division.
Through the mayor to Councilor Miller. So the Gypsy Moth funds were reallocated, as it says, to fund partially the new forestry program and the new forestry technician position, who will carry forward, any specific threats related to gypsy moths going forward. But as you said, that has really subsided at this point in time. The giant or the other invasive species, we do have a decision package in the budget for a 6-month contract position from a report that was considered by council in 2022. And the intent for that position is to focus on, not the giant hogweed specifically, and also to support some other areas of forestry, but it is included kind of as a top priority in the decision packages.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think, Councilor Miller, we do need to keep our eye on that, because a lot of that was Michael knew so much about the gypsy moths that he did a lot of things on his own too, and put things together through contacts. And so we will keep an eye on where that money goes. Any other questions? Okay. You're not finished.
Through the mayor, no, I am not. I am not finished. Just to highlight the Legal and Enforcement Services unit, we have Jody Zudema with us this morning too. Can jump in and with any questions as well. But certainly in terms of 2022 accomplishments, maintaining service levels despite continued growth and the increased responsibilities around COVID-19 related impacts. Responsibilities related to cannabis production facilities and a new nuisance bylaw, updated noise bylaw, and comprehensive vehicle for hire bylaw. There was a preparation of an updated delegation of authority and property standards bylaws, and negotiating the withdrawal of a number of OLT appeals, resulting in significant cost savings. So they certainly have, in 2023, have identified as a priority the implementation of body-worn cameras for municipal law enforcement officers, continuing to assist with strategies to modernize existing procedures and address substantial development-related concerns. And a number of budget drivers in legal and enforcement services, and one we've spoke of earlier, but removing the parking fee revenue for non-residents has been backed out of this budget, so there's a significant impact to this business unit. Increase in salaries and benefits related to the annualization of new municipal law enforcement officer, the assistant city solicitor positions, and an increase in technology, hardware, and software to complete modernization of the division and to enforce new and existing bylaws. So certainly when you look at the budget, you can see those two significant impacts jump out. On the revenue side, the $197,000 adjustment, so that's backing out that potential fine revenue that was placed in the budget in advance of the program, so that has been backed out for now. And certainly under salary, wages, and benefits, we're seeing the annualization of impacts to those additional positions. I think in total we have five employees working out of the legal department, 9 full-time employees on the enforcement side, and then we have an additional budget of $192,000 for part-time earnings, and it's the crossing guards and seasonal enforcement staff. So certainly if there are any questions between Jody and I, we'd be happy to respond.
Are there any good, Councillor Miller?
Just one quick question, because you mentioned that as a budget driver was the new positions. Now they're annualized, and I know we brought a bunch of, I believe we brought on some new enforcement people last year. Do we know how many we brought on in 2022? Such that now their salary would be annualized.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Miller, my understanding there were 2 additional positions that were included. And you may recall that during the height of the COVID period from 2021 that spilled into 2022, there were a number of provincial orders that were out there, and the responsibility was with municipal law enforcement to enforce those. And that's what prompted that particular increase in service levels. And then there were the other side, which is the comment that we've heard from council previously with respect to intensification of development, which has resulted in additional complaints and enforcement having to go out and deal with those complaints.
No, and I'm not complaining, no pun intended, but it was just, okay, so it was 2. And we've all seen the numbers from Greg Bergeron, how the complaints have just skyrocketed here in other municipalities. So no issues with the numbers, but I just wanted to know how many were annualized now, and then that answers 2. Thank you.
The other thing you might be remembering too, Councillor Miller, is that during some points of COVID, Mr. Bradley had, when people couldn't work at their regular jobs, Michael was shifting people everywhere to keep them working. And so there was training that went with the bylaw people, and instead of not having a job, Michael had a whole lot of bylaw people running around for a little while just to make sure that everything was being covered, because all of the things that aren't usually normal in the county, like having security at arenas and things like that to settle down fathers that aren't happy that they can't come in because of not being vaccinated, and other things. Michael kept shifting people around. So that might be your what you're remembering as far as a lot of people in bylaw for a very short period of time. So might be the clarification you're looking for. Any other questions? Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, could I get a breakdown on materials and supplies? That's jumps out at me at the 40%. That's what hits me.
I think staff is going to bring back some for Councillor Pierce too, for a breakdown of supplies, so maybe they can just continue. Councillor Pierce, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and that, again, there's a breakdown in there, but for example, with the legal enforcement services, if we look at computer hardware, software, supplies, and annual maintenance, so it's it's almost an 87% increase. I'm shocked at that, number one, because I understand, I know all about maintenances and all that kind of stuff with packages, but again, and thanks Council Coleman there, but I think we're on the same page here. To me, it's still too big of a bucket. I'm interested in is, you know, breaking that down. And if we're talking software licenses and all that kind of stuff, again, I understand all that, but can we not look at bulking these across the entire municipality and then dividing it through there?
There might be some clarification at the podium.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the breakdown of the software or the computer increases for enforcement, the purchase of a tough book for the division, some desktop docking stations, and mounts for the tough books in the vehicles. So it's all like related to the service that they're doing and the tough books in the vehicles.
Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Aaron, and I appreciate that, Heather, but I think, was it a couple of years ago we started purchasing or talking about these tough books for the bylaw officers? So we're continuing to purchase more of them?
And Jody maybe jump in, but I think we were short maybe one with the additional staffing. So this will bring us to complete, everybody's good, in all the vehicles.
Okay, and one final comment, if I could, Mr. Mayor, and I'll stop with the whole materials and supplies things for now. Again, when we talked, this is probably 4 or 5 years ago when we talked about a whole purchasing overarching umbrella, so it's not each individual department purchasing their own things. And I know we looked at that and we've come a long way on that. But I just want to ensure that we're looking at purchases of whether it be tough books or whether it be, you know, software or even down to paper and pens and all that kind of stuff, that we're looking at this as a bulk for the municipality. So we're not buying 5 of them, we're buying 50 of them to get them at a cheaper rate. And I'm assuming that that's been looked at, but I just want to confirm, because some of these things, when I go through the materials and supplies for some of them just seem high to me. And I know I bark at this every year, but it's just, sorry.
Yep, it's all good.
Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none? You're now finished. That's great. 8.3, please. Heather, corporate services.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm here to present the 2023 corporate services budget. I'll start with the corporate services, going over our departments. So we have corporate services administration, council services, records management, human resources, business and technology solutions, and finance. Going quickly through corporate services administration. So this is the overseeing all the departments. It is, and I am the general manager. 2022 accomplishments, most of those are largely just supporting the various teams, updating the purchasing policy, work with Treasury on, elections with the council services, remuneration with your group, NHR, technical support for hybrid with our BNT group, and a new customer service model. Customer service mostly flows through the operations budget at this time. So we'll get into that with Rob when he gets his presentation. In terms of the administration, there's no significant budget drivers. Largely in terms of material supplies, it's just some staff-related costs in terms of conference budget that wasn't there before. And interfunctional charges is mostly, we've looked at our administration. We do a shared administration with operations. We kind of have an admin pool that we farm out to all the groups. So we just looked at some of the percentages as to what they were serving, and we moved some of that over into corporate services. Moving on to the council services budget. So this is our clerks group. They provide support to council in its decision-making processes. They serve the legislative responsibilities of the clerk. They provide guidance and assistance to the public. They provide vital statistics and municipal elections, all those wonderful services. 2022 accomplishments, the live hybrid meeting format for the pandemic, which we've carried on here and beyond. Biggest, very large project, the 2022 municipal and school board elections, was a very large piece for them and will be part of their program going forward, and recruitment for the advisory boards and committees. 2023, they're looking to, we're very close, but they're going to bring all the rest of the advisory committees. Everybody's back on board. We're going to do some training for advisory committee members this year, and we're looking to, partly through our decision package, to be able to offer hybrid meeting options for more groups and the advisory committees in general. Increased focus on staff training and development. They do have a few, they're a bit of a younger group of ours, so they do need some training to help progress their careers forward. 2023 budget drivers. So one of the big budget drivers in the salaries is that the executive assistant to the mayor, that now reports to the clerk, so that salary has been assumed into this budget. The reallocation of the office supplies budget. So speaking actually to Councillor Pierce's question about supplies, we have come for 2023, we have for all the little office supplies, the paper, the pens, all that office supply stuff, it is all going to come through our operations administration. So our customer service group will be doing all the ordering in bulk and looking at options for that. They will be doing it all, they administer it, and then all the supply budget is going to be moved into one supply budget too. So a lot of our office stuff will be streamlined for 2023. That's one of our, that's how we formatted this budget. That's why there's some money moving around in these. Increase the transfer to the election reserve based on the 2022 costs, just so that we are ready for 2026. So there's no huge monster surprises when we get to that budget. We do always try to increase it a little bit as we go, so that, you know, every 4 years the inflation takes a big hit if we don't add any in the meantime. So those are the budget drivers. There is no capital projects for council services, but there is one decision package, which is a shared one with our business and technology group, which would be an additional technician to support hybrid meetings. All the technology for the clerk's office, you know, we're helping with the meeting management system, helping with the room bookings, and, you know, and making sure that both our council meetings, all our standing committees, and our advisory committees can all eventually go into the hybrid option. We are very much relying on one or a couple people to always be available to attend our meetings in order to run like the equipment in this room and that. So that is their one decision package for this year. For records management, the records manager, they're the caretaker of our corporate records. They ensure that we are following legislative requirements for protection of privacy and for release of information. 2022 accomplishments. So we have been working very hard to come up with the electronic documents records management system. So we have the infrastructure in place for that now. We are just now working to make sure that each team gets implemented into it, and then all our documents, all our electronic documents will be there. Part of that is also trying to move some of our paper documents into electronic formats so that everything eventually will be in one place. But these are, if you saw the size of our record, like these are long-term big projects that we are just chipping away at. Trying to get all the paper moved into electronics so that everybody can access all the information they need instead of just, is it paper, is it electronic, where is it saved, how is it saved. Complete staff training about access and privacy and ongoing support to staff. For 2023, so we're looking at expanding who has access to electronic document management, bringing the rest of the teams on board. Continue digitizing, you're going to see that for many years to come. And updating, expanding our records and privacy training for staff. Just kind of, we have a lot of new staff. It's been a long time since we've done in-person training on some of this stuff, so it's good to keep those in mind. 2023 budget drivers. So there is some increase in software support as we bring more people online, and we need to get some new licenses. So there is an increase in that. They are looking at having 2 students come in instead of 1 for the summer. mostly to help out with working on the digitization and the electronic management and just keeping everything moving along. So they are a small budget, which is why it looks like a very large increase. But mostly that is, and actually I can look at the materials and supplies. I think that's almost certainly related to the increase in licenses for the files system. So. Human resources. So the human resources division supports how they lead the recruitment, retention. They deal with all of our benefits, our union contracts, health and safety, policy development, and corporate training. 2022, so they supported 100 plus recruitments. So those of you who were here in 2022 know that we did approve a large number of new positions last year, which all had to be hired. And of course, once you hire one, quite often you have like a domino effect of other positions that need to be replaced, and a lot of, there's always a lot of movement. And the more staff you have, the more movement there is. So it just ends up in this unending circle of, there's always more HR recruitments the bigger an organization we get. They worked with us on the council remuneration review, provided ongoing support to other divisions with COVID issues. When we were back into our testing requirements and all that, and our masking requirements, they were the ones who administered a lot of that work. And the OPSU contract settlement. So in 2022, we did settle with OPSU for their new contract. HR policy and procedure review, that's something that's been ongoing. Mental health initiative, that's something we've been working hard to really try to take hold of at the county. They are working through a new human resources information system with finance, so that'll try to tie in our recruitment and our payroll pieces together. And obviously contract negotiations, looks like we're back at it. They do have no capital projects, but one decision package, and that is for a second HR generalist. As I mentioned, the larger we get, the more we have, the more focus they are spending on recruitment, which is like 90% of what they're doing a lot of the time. So, there are other things like our health and safety program and our mental health initiatives and contract, management with the unions that require a little bit more focus and support going forward. So that is where that stands for human resources. Business and technology solutions. So they are the ones who provide the technology tools and services for the County of Brant. 2022, they implemented a hotel desk booking system. So basically what that is that for county staff who don't have a regular office, we've tried to reduce our overall footprints. If you're going into an office, you can book one of these hotel rooms and have a space to work out of. A lot of people have been taking good advantage of that. It's a good way of having space available, but not having every single person have an office, whether or not they're in there or not every day. They worked with the departments to prepare divisional data for the asset management solutions. So that's an ongoing project. Audio video components in the council chambers. Obviously, that was a big project of theirs and a great asset to us. An endpoint management system to streamline software distribution and implementation. No security breaches, which is a huge accomplishment in and of itself. It's the best zero we have. And successful staff recruitment for new positions. So they had a few positions that were approved in 2022. That does get into the budget drivers. A big piece part of their budget drivers is the annualization of those positions. Increase in internet costs. So timely around the time of the Rogers shutdown, we were at the point of into negotiations with ExploreNet for our internet service and PacketWorks, which used to provide our internet service. So we have actually right now a multi-home internet service. So if one goes down, we do have another one that rely on. We have so many public internet, county internal internets. We have a great reliance on internet service right now. So we have some with each, but we do have it that we can switch back and forth, so that there is an increase in internet costs, which results from that. Increase in software support and licenses. Licensing costs seem to be going up across the board. They've listed a few here that are specifically targeted for those increases. Other than that, I will move on. Oh, actually, I will let Heather do hers for finance.
Before we go any further, Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Heather. If I may ask, is there not some potential savings we could get out of, like, I know, for example, the county uses Office 365, getting combined subscription service for that to use Teams instead of also paying for Zoom, or some sort of harmonization we can do there, either through Microsoft or through Google, some sort of service that offers both the conferencing side of things and data storage, etc.
Yeah, we are working through some pieces of transitioning from Zoom to Teams. I do know that each one has different pros and cons and features, and so some of the Zoom right now we are still using in council chambers because there's certain features that we like for here. We are moving some of our meeting rooms as a test into Teams. We just don't want to end up in the situation where we create a big problem by moving too quickly. So we are looking at some, I don't think the Zoom licenses cost us all that much either. The bigger piece about data storage and that gets into a whole cloud storage versus internal storage, and that's something that our B&T group is actually wrestling with right now as to, you know, the best place to keep some of this storage. Our electronic document management system will provide a host for a lot of our data and information, and that's something that Microsoft Office itself can't provide us all the things we need for the size and complexity of our organization.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple short questions to Heather. 2022 accomplishments. Is this Business and Technology Solutions? Are they the one that maintain the website?
No, that's communications under strategic initiatives.
Okay, so they would have, because the website was revamped this year, that would have been one of their accomplishments.
Yeah.
Okay. And Business and Technology Solutions. One of the things I harass you about is maybe working with the mapping companies so that some of these big trucks don't go down side streets that they really shouldn't be on, but tends to be the shortest way. Would it be this department that might help us with that?
I believe actually, and I don't know, I think it was maybe Greg Demers is undertaking an initiative to work with some of the big companies on providing some updated mapping. I believe, I remember we talked about it a few meetings ago. Some of the big mapping companies working with them. So I think operations has this. If not, we will try to work with them to.
Okay, and is there money in their budget, or would it be in the council budget for upgrading our things and training us on that?
What?
Upgrading our iPads.
Oh, that's actually out of the. We still had money left in the 2022 council, mayor and council budget, so it's coming out of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Heather. On council services, you note that one of the budget drivers is the assumption of salaries and benefits for the executive assistant to the mayor. But in the table, you're actually going down in salaries. I'm a little confused.
My only guess is that's because we went from a council services department that had a lot of people who had been there a lot of years and were probably higher up on the grid. So I'm guessing overall the salaries have possibly reduced, but we'll double check that. But
reallocation actually happened before, like that's why the title of the column says reorganized budget. So any of those moving around between different divisions are already showing in that.
Okay, and does that explain the earlier question about the salaries line for the mayors and council?
I don't believe so. So we're continuing.
Okay. Second question, and it's more about priorities for corporate services. Having had the experience we've had through COVID of a lot of people working from home, working remotely, is it appropriate to think about a broader accommodation review for our county staff? And I say that having just recently visited the city office, the new city office. If anybody hasn't had the chance to look around there, it is a fabulous office. It's in an old building, but the inside is as modern and as capable as any office I've ever seen. But what it has done is brought together people, and we are to some degree scattered around the place, and even more so now that we're working remotely. And I would just encourage that we think about that as a priority for study, not for spending, but for study during 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor McAlpine?
I was just going back to, we hired 100 new employees. Is our retention, how is it handling? Do we have a lot of turnover, or is it?
No, it's a lot, like there were a fair number of new positions. And then things like when you have someone who maybe moves up in the organization, like when I changed my position and then they had to refill the position I had, and then or someone retires and then you refill, and then maybe they've left a gap and then they're refilling. I don't know that we certainly don't seem to have a ton of people just leaving the organization for no, leaving the organization, just go somewhere else. I don't believe we have any kind of retention issue. It just happens, right?
Okay, that was my impression. Talking to other municipalities last summer, though, that was a big issue with retention of their employees. So that's good to hear.
I think we've always benefited. Like, we do have a good reputation as an employer. I know a lot of people like to come here. So, and a lot of us here have been here for 20 plus years. So I do think that, we are still regarded as a very prominent employer, and people like to be here. So I don't think we have a retention issue.
Okay, that's encouraging.
Any other questions? Just maybe at this point, I'd like to thank your department for getting us through the election and utilizing staff as cleverly as you did, moving everyone around when you needed them. And not that everyone doesn't do a great job, they do, but coming through this election, it was nice to see that it got through easily. What looked easily, I'm sure it wasn't as easy as it appeared, but I know that the results were good, and I know that people said that it was well run, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now finance.
So finance, as it notes, we're a division that looks after all things finance, from property taxes, accounts receivable, a debenture issue, the budget preparation and control. We look at investments, and we also do the financial reporting, both through the financial statements and the provincial requirements. For our accomplishments, with council, we completed a review and update of the purchasing policy and bylaw. We're involved in the asset management, software implementation, and ensuring the data going into it is consistent. We onboarded our 2 new financial staff that were approved in the 2022 budget, and it's helped us with completing priorities in a more timely manner. We're continuing to provide support for fundraising, as well as we worked as a division to assist other divisions for new grant applications and completed reporting for over 25 plus grants. Our priorities for 2023 are to apply the reporting out of the asset management software to get the reports that generate or guide the capital budget. We're working on the launch of the payroll HR software that will help with attendance and position management. Our goal is to complete the financial information return and the financial statements earlier than in past years with the additional staff. We have to implement the asset retirement obligation, which is a new public sector accounting standard. It has to be implemented for the 2023 financial statements. And then we're gonna work on redesigning the online donation portal. Our budget increase, our budget driver is related to the annualization of the two new financial positions. So through our budget, if the fees and charges, the fees and charges, we've increased that amount by 8,000 to cover based on actuals for tax certificates and tax statements. The other revenue has increased based on admin overhead charges to the different divisions. When we go into expenditures, the main increase there in salary and wages is the annualization of the position. Then I'll move into taxation and corporate services. So this is one I probably mentioned all the items I'm going to say now already. So under federal and provincial grants, the driver there is the reduction in the OMPF, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. Just for as a reminder, under fees and service charges, that amount is from the microfits, because microfits are housed within taxation and corporate finance. Under other revenue, the reduction there relates to the removal of the surplus of 400,000 and then the reduction in the boundary change funding. When we go on to other tax revenue, the increase there is related to this increase for supplementary property taxes related to growth. And then under the reserves, the reduction is related to the $350,000 removal from the contingency reserve that council approved last year. When we move into expenses, the largest reduction there is under contracted services, rents and financial expenses, and is related to reduction in the expected write-offs, because there is a backlog at the ARB, and it's not a reassessment year. So when we do get to reassessment, that number will go up because there will be more expected appeals of people's assessment. So that's, and then the principal and interest, that increase there is related to the expected higher interest rate in the debenture issue that will be issuing shortly. Then the next page is your capital financing, and I think we've touched on it already. So.
Questions? Councilor Miller, you're first.
Just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Heather. Heather, fees, service charges is strictly microfits. Where would be the cellular towers? Like, I know we got one at the Burford Arena. We're going to put one, I think, at the Kingsville one. Does that go into the community services revenues, or does that go into this one, taxation corporate finance?
That goes here. The revenue for the microfits on the different county buildings goes here.
But what about cell towers? Cell towers.
Cell towers?
Where would that go?
Oh, for the lease payments for like the provider to lease our space on the tower, that does go to the different, the facility. It's, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Bailey and Council.
Good morning.
The Development Services proposed budget begins on page 5.1 of your binders. And as you're aware, development services consists of administration, development planning, policy planning, development engineering, and building. And on behalf of the department, I'll be presenting each division individually, one at a time, and then myself, as well as the DS management team, who are here at the back, Matt, Jen, Don, and Richard, will be able to answer questions after each division accordingly. So on page 5.2 and 5.3 of the budget binder is Development Services Administration. The accomplishments in 2022 were related to the ongoing high level of development and building applications and permits. In 2022, we focused on continued customer service and the streamlining of the development process, especially with ICI projects. I'm also happy to report that with the assistance from IT, we are well on our way to rolling out the new CityView interface, which updates our development file information and processes. In 2023, myself and the Development Services Administration Assistant will be focusing our attention to assist staff with finalizing the new county official plan, the St. George interim control bylaw, and ongoing high level of development and building applications and permits. We'll also continue to have regular communications with our County of Brant development industry through a number of channels, including the coordination of our development information sessions. So we do not have much in terms of the 2023 budget drivers under administration other than regular salaries, wages, and benefits. The percent increase in this division is related primarily to the decrease in overhead revenue in the building division. So over 2020, 2021, and 2022, the GM has spent more time assisting the building division, and I'm happy to report that they are up and running smoothly at full staff complement. This 2023 year, the GM salary will be compensated much less from the building division revenues as appropriate. Instead, the building division revenues will be allocated across the building division and development services department for other more appropriate services as at this time permits, and that's under the definition under the Building Code Act. There's also proposed to be a part-time salary increase of $30,000 for a one-time scanning project that will complete and upgrade our development engineering hard copy files into electronic form. So with this, I'm happy to take any questions regarding the administration budget on pages 5.2 and 5.3.
Are there any questions for Pam? No, seeing none, thank you.
Okay, next on is development planning. So on page 5.4 and 5.5 of the budget binders, you can see that development planning team has again been busy this year. In 2022, the development planning staff processed a record number of planning applications with accuracy and efficiency. In 2022, we had 264 planning applications that were submitted, most being zoning consents and minor variances, compared to in 2021, where we had a total of 250 applications. In 2020, we had 205 applications, and in 2019, we had 174 planning applications. So overall, our planning development applications have seen an increase of 52% since 2019. In 2022, our development planning team, in combination with community services and finance, also implemented a new parkland dedication bylaw, assisted with the new CityView interface rollout, and implemented a new long-term overdue subdivision agreement template and process with assistance from legal services. So I'm very proud of the development planning team that amidst many challenging provincial policy challenges and changes, as well as high work volumes and limited staff resources, they have continued to focus on exceptional customer service, and they have prioritized ICI applications. Development planning and legal services have also been involved with 11 OLT hearings this 2022 and upcoming 2023 year, which again utilizes much staff time and resources. The priorities for 2023 will include a high level of planning applications to be processed, again with accuracy and efficiency, while also implementing new Bill 109 and Bill 23 legislation. So as requested, staff will be bringing forward to Council Committee of Adjustment information that includes the terms of reference, and staff will also be creating and implementing a new conditional site plan agreement template and processing to assist with Bill 109 timelines. We also need to create a new site plan agreement template, as the existing one is very outdated, so very similar to the work we just completed on the subdivision agreement template and process. And then finally, we'll be focusing on the new implementation of Bill 109 policies and process changes, where our goal is not to deliver refunds to developers and process applications quickly and efficiently. And we will keep council apprised on the progress we're making in this regard. It's also a goal to keep industrial, commercial, and institutional development applications a priority again. All the budget increases for 2023 include salaries and benefits, and these do include the 3 new positions that council approved in December for a development planning supervisor, a planner, and an agreement coordinator. It should be noted that development planning has removed $20,000 for consulting services for OLT hearings out of this budget. And it should also be noted that in 2023, the fees and charges bylaw included an increase in development applications across the board of 2%, and various application fees were also increased with direct result of Bill 109. However, we did also include a buffer in the 2023 budget in the event that development planning needs to issue refunds for developments. So with this, I'm happy to take any questions regarding the development planning budgets on pages 5.4 and 5.5.
Thanks, Pam. Councillor Bell, you're first, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Pam. The wages budget has gone up quite significantly. I think we're providing a service here. In my world, any service we provide should be paid for by the people that use the service. So I would have expected then fees and service charges to be going up equally. I don't think this should be a net cost to the taxpayer. I think it should be user pays. And maybe I'm too late on this boat because it might have sailed with the fees of 2023. But as a principle, I think we should go forward with the idea that any work that gets done by this team should be paid for by the end user. And I don't know what we need to do to make that happen. I guess it will be a review of fees as we go through the following year. One final question. We've used a lot of outside consultants this year last year to make up for the maternity leaves and other shortfalls. Do they come in the salaries, wages and benefits line, or would you call them contracted services?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Bell, excellent question. In 2022, those consulting fees were utilized out of our current salaries and benefits, because as you know, we've had some staff shortages, so we've used that amount. And we will be keeping an eye this year. It's kind of a trying year with Bill 109 with fees. We are required, or it's in our work plan for 2024, to look at our fee schedule in more depth for the fees and charges bylaw.
But if I may, Mr. Mayor, do we have agreement on the principle that the user should pay for the services entirely, so that our salary, our complete expenditure for development planning should be paid for by the people that use the service, the developers?
Through you, the Mayor to Councillor Bella, again, it's always best that development pays for development, but there are some services that the development planners do that are outside of applications. Inquiries, as an example, is a good chunk of one of the planners' time.
Councillor McAlpine?
To sort of follow up with what John said, part of the problem is Bill 23 itself has taken away a lot of those opportunities to charge back some of these expenses that come from our planning. So that would be a big part of that reason. Oh, sorry. I'm just saying that Bill 23 is part of the problem with the drivers for our costs in this division. So that 80% rule of affordable housing is going to affect us there, and then some of the drivers for when development fees are charged, when we can collect them back, and all those apartments, and so that causes a problem there. So,
Councillor Bell?
It's a bit like the four tenants that we started with right at the beginning. Is it appropriate to have a similar tenant for development planning, that developers do pay everything that is not for, if you like, internal use? do we need to do I need to make a motion for that, or can I just assume that will be the way we go forward on business planning?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, I'm looking over at our finance staff, and we're saying yes, we can move forward in that direction.
Are there any other questions for Pam? Seeing none, Pam, if you want to continue to
Great.
policy planning.
Next is policy planning, and that's on pages 5, 6, and 5, 7. So in 2022, the policy planners' work was a bit turned upside down, but this is very much the nature of the work with policy-related projects. The new official plan was put on pause as per Council's direction in May 2022, while we awaited provincial comments on the draft, which we now know we will not be receiving. The policy team continued to work on changes to the draft OP in the background and continued discussions with developers, First Nations, and residents. In 2023, the focus of the policy planning's work will be related to the new official plan, and it is anticipated that the new official plan will be finalized in 2023. In 2022, the policy planning team assisted with various development planning applications due to staff shortages. And the team also assisted with servicing allocation for Paris and the Transportation Master Plan with operations. The administration of the Source Water Protection Program is also ongoing. And they also continue to update zoning bylaw through housekeeping amendments, and the heritage inventory was finally completed with the assistance from strategic directions, and a new heritage property building process has been implemented. The pool and fence bylaw is almost complete now with the assistance from both legal and building. And most importantly, the policy team has been monitoring and kept council apprised of the implementation of new policy and processes with regards to Bill 109 and Bill 23. So along with the finalization and adoption of the new official plan and final municipal comprehensive review and growth management strategy, the policy team will also be prioritizing work on the St. George interim control bylaw and the phasing of development plan, as well as the outcome of the upcoming parking report recommendations, including updating zoning bylaw amendment, parking design guidelines, and plans in education and communication. As well, staff are drafting the RFP for the archaeological management plan, and if time permits, we'll begin this project in 2023. And we hope at the end of the year to begin some work on heritage conservation districts to begin studying in 2024. So the budget drivers include staff salaries and wages, and similar to administration services, a slight decrease with building overhead revenues, as the policy team is no longer assisting with zoning review related to building inquiries and permits as they have in the past. It should also be noted that under the capital projects on page 13-2, that policy-related projects are no longer able to be funded by development charges as a result of Bill 23, and therefore the majority of the remaining of the new official plan project, the St. George interim control bylaw, and the parking strategy are now proposed to be funded from county reserves, and the archaeological management plan from the levy. The total amount would have been paid by DCs in this regard and is now a cost to the county is $279,895. So we are fortunate to have the majority of our policy planning works completed by such a competent team internally, and the amounts that you see in the capital budget are based on work plan assistance with consulting projects requiring specialized expertise, such as the archaeological study and the land needs assessment as part of the new official plan. And with this, I'm happy to take any questions on policy planning.
Thanks, Pam. Councillor Howe, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Pam. I was happy to see the Heritage Conservation District study in the 2023 priorities. And I'm just wondering, does it integrate with the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan, or does it happen separately, recognizing it's two different departments?
Through you, the mayor, to Councillor Howes, that's the great question, and we will be working with strategic initiatives on that.
Thanks.
Councillor Miller, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Pam. Pam, how many are in this department, in the policy planning section?
Jennifer Boyer is the manager. There is Michelle is the environmental planner, and then Jessica and Brandon are policy planners.
Thank you.
And these wages for 2023 will also include a student, a summer student.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we can move on to the last piece.
Next is development engineering. It's on page 5.8 and 5.9, and you can see that the development engineering division is pretty much status quo from 2022. So the past year, development engineering has continued to streamline the development process while planning, building, and operations, or with planning, building, and operations, as well as administering the update of the site alteration bylaw. So similar to development planning, there's been a high number of development applications to review, as well as development construction, lot grading, site alteration, and field services work. Development engineering has replaced and trained a new supervisor of field services and field services inspector. And these positions, as well as all the development technologists, have provided a high level of customer service with the development engineering division. In 2023, we can expect the continued management of high volume of development engineering review based on the high planning applications of 2022. We also plan to assist with an update on the development and engineering standards in the county, and we'll work diligently on the phasing of development plans for urban areas in the county. The only budget drivers are salaries, wages, and benefits in 2023 for development engineering. And I should mention that development engineering is also projecting an increase in revenues based on calculation of expected developments of 1.1 million. This is from a detailed engineering review fee that is calculated at 6% of the total cost of construction of subdivisions. So this fee is paid by the developer at the time of registration of the plan of subdivision for continued development engineering works. So the subdivision agreement can be fulfilled and the construction built out in a responsible way. These fees vary from subdivision to subdivision, as typically the larger size of subdivisions, the larger cost of construction, and hence a larger fee. To this end, it's expected that the number of subdivision agreements will be registered in 2023 is high, and the amount of offset, as Heather mentioned earlier, is by new transfer to reserves, which is a method similar to what we do in the building division. So overall this year, we're expecting to break even in the development engineering budget. And I'm happy to take any questions in this area.
Are there any questions for Pam for the development engineering budget? Seeing none. Building.
Finally, much like the rest of the department, building has been very busy over the last number of years. The high volume of building permits and this past 2020 year has been no exception. So to date, there have been 1,292 building permits issued in the County of Brant this past 2022 year, where there was 1,066 at year end in 2021. This includes 500 new residential units in the county last year, of which 333 were singles, 152 were towns, and we had 21 additional residential units. So this has resulted in $270 million in projected values, of which $170 million were in residential projects, $47 million in industrial, and $13 million in commercial projects. Overall, building collected over $3.2 million in building permit fees, which has increased the building reserves. Currently, the building reserve is sitting at about $5.3 million, and we're estimating after the transfer, we should be sitting around $5.9 million. Overall, the building revenues are up in 2022 and the reserves are strong. We anticipate a steady and continued stream of building activity in 2023. The large commercial building permits in the last year have included Arlington Commons at 1070 Rest Acres, which is over $5 million. Vicano Developments at 197 Pinehurst Road, which is over $3 million. And Vicano Development at 185 Pinehurst Road, which is over $1 million. And then large industrial building permits this past year have included Danson's at 576 Oak Park Road, which is $13.5 million, a warehouse, which is 9 Eddie Dassler at $8.5 million, and Bobcat at 566 Oak Park Road, which is $3.5 million. So in 2023, it's expected that the building division will remain busy, and there will be continued focus on streamlining development processes, again, particularly on ICI applications. Again, we're rolling out CityView interface and utilizing Toughbooks, which are industrial laptops for the building inspectors out in the field. There are no budget drivers anticipated for 2023 in the building budget. And there are two capital items under building on page 13-2 that relate to vehicle replacement and computer equipment replacement. And it should be reminded that the building division is self-sufficient. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions on building.
Any questions for Pam? First is Councillor Miller.
Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Pam. Pam, can we inspect all our buildings? Do we have the expertise in-house? And I'm thinking of large industrial buildings or one-offs, or do we contract that out?
Through the mayor to Councillor Miller, we do all of that in-house. And if you need more details on that, Richard is here.
I wouldn't mind if we could ask Richard, simply because, well, there's been incidents in the past, thinking up by Elliott Lake where, a certain building collapsed and
Richard's coming
they
up.
They pinned it on the building services at the time.
Richard?
Through the mayor to Councilor Miller, we do all the inspections in-house. We are qualified in any building. Elliott Lake was an example of consulting engineers maybe failing their responsibilities. We would learn from that. If we came into a similar case, we would hire some structural engineers if that case came up.
Okay, and on that note, you don't loan out any of your inspectors to other municipalities that may need the help? Not yet?
We don't, but the provincial direction from the Ontario Building Officials Association is to try and set up a network like that if a municipality were to have a disaster. It's not in place right now, but it could happen, and we could get approached about loaning, or we could look for additional staff.
Okay.
For emergency.
I see potential there, but okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding building department? Seeing none, thank you. The next thing on our agenda, we're 20 to 12. I think we'll hear from Kelly from the library, which is 8.6 on the agenda, please. And Fred.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I beg your understanding. I'm recovering from a cold. Our 2023 priorities are to expand and empower community access to technology. We'll complete design and hopefully begin construction of our new main branch in Paris. And we're hoping to undertake a library master plan and facilities review. So in our 2023 budget, the drivers you'll notice are the need to modernize our library technology. We have an increased demand for programs and outreach, so we're attempting to respond to that demand. And we see some increased costs of library materials. So that said, our proposed 2023 operating budget does post a proposed decrease. This mainly achieved through some small increases in our revenues, but mainly through that reorganization of staff that we did in 2022, where we eliminated one management position, we brought some positions in-house that were formerly contracted, and that has allowed us to reduce our overall expenditures and salaries, wages, and benefits, and to reduce our reliance on contracted services. Related to that, we have some rent and financial expenses that we're no longer needing now that we have the staff in-house. And unfortunately, as for everyone, our insurance prices have gone up, some of our fixed costs beyond our control, including materials and supplies. We are seeing continuing increases in costs for materials and supplies, but wherever possible, we participate in consortia purchases. We renegotiate contracts with our vendors. We're always trying to get the best value for dollar. So the library does have two decision packages before you. They start on page 12-43 of your binder. The first one is request for a mobile makerspace. The mobile makerspace intends to provide cutting-edge equipment, technology, and resources in a format that we're able to take outside of our branches and into the communities. Currently, our larger branches, which are in the larger population centers, have the best complement of technology, but we realize this may be underservicing other parts of the county. Purchasing additional equipment will allow us to ensure that no matter where you live in the county, you'll have equal access to technology and therefore digital literacy. Our proposed capital cost for 2023 is $23,809. That's for equipment. That is partially offset through funding through our seniors community grant that we've received for multiple years running now. And we propose funding the $15,000 balance through our reserves. That means no levy impact for 2023, but an anticipated 2024 impact of $3,000 so that we're properly funded to maintain this collection and replace equipment as needed. The second decision package on page 12-45 is request for one full-time equivalent position to hire a makerspace librarian. Our previous decision package had to do with the equipment and the supplies. This decision package is the request for the professional staff to help us make the most use of it. So this position is a professional librarian who specializes in digital literacy, who can coordinate, develop, partner, and deliver makerspace technology programming, again, throughout the community, so our mobile makerspaces and within our branches. This position also has an eye to the hopefully near future when we will create a makerspace within the new Main Paris branch. This position, if hired in 2023, will allow us to budget properly, to anticipate effectively what we'll need to outfit the branch with in 2024, 25, and afterwards. We do have several capital items. You'll find those in your budget package starting on page 13-38. Some of these are funded through development charges. You'll see some annual things that we have funded by development charges, such as library books and ebooks. So this is growth-related collection development for our system. We do have funding proposed in the 2023 budget for the new Paris branch. This is the Bucket Center. That is, as you know, a process that's very much still happening now. Council can expect to see soon, coming through committee and to council, more details on the development of that. As we continue with design, as we begin community consultation, and as we firm up the budget, as we work with our hired architecture firm and consultants to ensure that we have the most realistic budget possible. So consider those as proposed and placeholders for the time being. Looking to the future, we do have a library van replacement, but that is a few years down the road still. We do have plans to redevelop and or move the St. George branch. That is a few years down the road as well. We are looking to understand what the needs are in St. George before we move ahead with proposing that in a future capital budget. So thank you for bearing with me. I hope you've been able to understand me. But through you, Mr. Mayor, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Are there any questions for Kelly? Councillor Pierce, you're first, and Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a couple quick ones here. So you speak of 2023 budget drivers, and you say, need to modernize library technology, increase demand for programs and outreach, and increase cost of library materials. I know I said I wouldn't go back to materials, but I'm going to. You have a budget driver of increased cost of library materials, but it's like 0.8%. Now, I suppose as a normal budget, 0.8% wouldn't really be a driver per se, but is the rationale because you actually have a decrease that 0.8% is now considered a driver?
It's certainly a driver for us in that we're contending with increases and constantly reacting to them with renegotiated contracts or discount purchases where possible. So while we are showing a small increase, the overall driver is our efforts to maintain or to control the cost increases in those cases.
Okay, so, and I appreciate that because there's the key right there. It's more an effort-wise than a dollar-wise on that particular item. Okay, appreciate that. One other quick one too, in the decision packages for the makerspace librarian. So expense in 2023, obviously I'm assuming that's a salary there. That's fine. And then because I'm just trying to understand the 2024. It's because we're not starting that position until mid-year that the 2024 will be the full. Is that
That's
fair?
Correct.
Now, that being said, do you feel that you're in a position that they will start on July 1st?
With 6 months between now and the proposed start date, that should be plenty of time to develop the job description, to hire, to ensure that we have the right person in place.
Perfect. That sounds interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Howes, you were next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Kelly. First, Kelly and Fred, thank you for bringing in a budget that's lower than last year. That can be a challenging exercise, and it certainly helps as we deal with a lot of different costs and trying to come up with final numbers for the taxpayer. My question goes a little further on Councillor Pierce's question about the decision package related to the makerspace. As I'm reading it, the equipment for the makerspace is almost free. It's very low cost, but it sounds like it requires kind of a specialist. And you did talk about it, but I'm going to ask you if you can speak a little more anecdotally about that. Without the user, without the specialist, is there any point in getting the equipment? If you just help educate us and the public a little bit more on that.
Sure. I mean, we see them as intertwined, but to answer your direct question through you, Mr. Mayor, we could purchase the equipment and simply have it circulate as part of our collection. In that sense, it would make it available to the public, but would not come with any of the value-added services, with any of the educational opportunities that our staff provide. One example, the seniors community grant funding that we received that helps to lower the cost of this decision package, we've put towards virtual reality equipment, and we have some interns and some staff currently who are providing the virtual reality programming. It's one thing to take an Oculus set home. It's another thing entirely to understand how it works, and it takes a professional even still to bring literacy and any kind of growth into that opportunity.
Quick follow-up, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, the part of the route to us getting the equipment practically free is that it's going to benefit sectors within our population, but in order for them to really benefit, they need a specialist who's going to help them. So thanks. That's helpful.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly it. Having that professional who can make the equipment, usable in a real way, provide a learning opportunity, develop the educational plan to really help people develop their skills. That's the key and the value that comes with having the professional physician.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions through you to Kelly. Kelly, again, going back to the Makerspace librarian, I've sat on the accessibility committee prior to Lucas taking over. I've never heard a complaint while I was on the accessibility committee about barriers at the library. Are you hearing a lot of complaints, or are there a lot of issues?
Through you, Your Worship, not complaints per se, mainly laments about missed opportunities or the fact that we might have residents in Canesville or in smaller population centers within the county that they don't have as easy access to equipment, to the programs that are currently happening at the Paris branch, for instance, because that's our largest space and that's where the equipment lives. Having the equipment and the professional staff will allow us to take it out into the community. It's addressing demand, certainly, and we hope will help preempt any complaints.
Okay, so just to be clear then, you've not talked to the accessibility coordinator, Keely, or accessibility. What I would have liked to see maybe is if you got their input on this. It would have been an easier sell. But I'll leave it at that. I'll ask a question too, because you mentioned the new build. Does the library have a reserve fund for that?
The library does have a reserve fund, and we will certainly include that as a funding source in the budget proposal for the new branch. We will also be including any grants that we believe we can attain, as well as fundraising in the final package that goes to council.
Yeah, and fundraising and grants, you good. You got out in front of me on that question, which is good. But will we be seeing a more fulsome package coming forward on that? Like,
yeah,
we will be.
Through your worship, yes, of course, and that will start later this month when we come to you with some details about our preliminary design and our specific plans to help us develop that appropriate budget for the project.
Okay, because I think you can appreciate some of the hurdles we're facing this year. So, okay, thank you, Kelly.
Any other questions for Kelly or for Fred? No, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think at this point we should break for lunch. I think they have sandwiches and things just outside the door here. Not sure what we're doing, but I don't think it'll take that long. I don't know how long do you want? 10, 15 minutes? 50 minutes? Again. Counselor Bell has a dentist appointment and Counselor Chambers is on a combine. Oh, he's not feeling well. He's not feeling well on a combine. Is enough staff here to get going? Okay, so we're going to, since we didn't make a motion to recess, we won't need to come back. We're now at 8.7. Allison.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Start with Strategic Initiatives Administration. That includes our department coordinator, our development liaison, and myself. 2022, we received our WCCD Platinum certification for the 3rd straight year. Nice thing now that we have 3 years of data and going into the 4th is we can really start to see trends. We can start to implement that data across the corporation, and we can also start to do some forecasting with it as well. So it really starts to become much more useful as a tool to us. And in 2023, we will be rolling out that data portal to the public and doing a training session with council too, so that you could utilize that tool. We developed new policy initiatives throughout all the divisions, and we received nearly $1 million in indirect funding leveraged through grant applications, the bulk of that being through economic development and tourism. In 2023, we're going to continue the expansion and stabilization of Brant Transit. We will be bringing forward a report to council, evaluating that now that we've had 1 full year without any restrictions, and giving some recommendations on how we move forward with that programming. And we'll also be overseeing the development of new strategies and master plans for all divisions, and I'll speak to that a little bit more in each respective one. The budget drivers are WCCD membership. So if you recall, we did receive federal funding the last 3 years to offset that initiative. That's now ended, so we're responsible for the full portion of WCCD now, and just step increases with salaries as well. Sorry, I would speak more also to the rent is $2,500. It's for a storage unit for things that we had stored in the basement of Wincy and at Curtis Avenue. So we will be looking to find a new home for some of that stuff. It's our tents and special event equipment. Moving on to economic development and tourism. We received 4th round of funding to administer the Digital Main Street program. That's been really successful for our Main Street businesses, particularly through COVID. And there are some public announcements that you have seen come out, and some more to come about some of our Main Street businesses who received grant funding through that program. We hosted the Agri-Food Forum in cooperation with OMAFRA. Updated and implemented new streams in all the community improvement plans, and finalized implementation of the existing economic development and tourism strategy. We also completed the filming strategy in 2022, and we will be doing the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan in 2023. So all 3 of those will finally be able to sort of mesh together and have a good plan for the next 4 years. In 2023, we'll also co-host the 55 Plus Ontario Summer Games. The OSUM conference, which you might recall was scheduled for a couple of years ago and was pushed off due to COVID. So that will be happening in 2023. And we'll be developing and implementing a new rural CIP program that will be coming forward hopefully in the spring for council approval. The budget drivers for 2023 are, again, just salary step increases, an increase in training and development for new staff that have come on, and special event expenses related to 55 Plus and OSUM conference that were previously approved, and they're just flowing through to this budget. Are there any questions before I move on?
Councillor Hauser first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, Allison, you mentioned the OSUM conference. The one that was postponed from 2 years ago was going to be here. Is it still being hosted in this area?
Through your worship, yes, it will be.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? No, seeing that.
Okay, we'll move on to communications and public relations. It's going to have the bulk of the changes for the department in 2023. So this past year, the website was redesigned. I believe Councillor Miller alluded to that earlier. It was meant to enhance navigation, ease of use, and really condense our information down, take some of the graphics out and some of the sort of sluggish components of the website. We exceeded all the social media targets, supported the grand openings of the fire halls and Cowan Community Health Hub, and supported the Kanesville Community Center fundraising campaign. Enhanced accessibility on materials, including implementation of online forms, and enhanced advertising opportunities at the community centers. And that also marked the end of the existing strategy. The initial one was really put in place as a starting point, a launch point. So it was pretty basic given that this division didn't exist prior. So we are going to be starting a new strategy and really be able to kind of stretch the scope of what this division can do in 2023 and moving forward. And we also want to create a corporate-wide consistent approach to public consultation. You will see one decision package coming forward. It's related to this division and related to the public consultation piece for a public engagement specialist. This group has really reached past their capacity on the support that they are giving to public consultation. We expect that's only going to be increasing moving forward, and we believe there are some things that can be done better in that regard. But that decision package would fall under communications and public relations. In 2023, the drivers include software in corporate accounts and software licenses. It is quite a bit, and just to speak on that, it relates to things like our site improve that meets all our accessibility requirements for the website, the internal communications platform, which is Jostle, and those are all tied to the amount of staffing we have and who participates in that. So as we grow, those licenses do reach thresholds and then increase accordingly. There's been a massive increase in printing and postage costs. If you recall, there was some increase in mailouts that we did in relation to a survey. A lot of our senior residents still wanted a lot of paper mail, which is fine. So we did increase that, but the costs of doing so have gone up. Media training for council and staff. This was something that, again, was approved in previous year's budget, but sort of pushed off. Now with the new council, we'd really like to implement that. And again, step increases for staff. Are there any questions related to that one?
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Allison. It's the Communications and Public Relations Department that's going to sell this budget.
Sorry, could you say
When,
that again?
when we come up with the final number, is it the Communications and Public Relations that puts out that news to the public?
Through your worship, yes, they would.
Thank you. Second question. You're doing a master plan for all the departments, correct? That's why we all talked to Russell in the previous few weeks? Okay. That's correct. Okay. Just, I thought it was a good idea interviewing us, and I think he got a lot of good information out of those interviews from what I understand. So, okay. I look forward to seeing those master plans.
Any other questions?
Okay, so accessibility services. It's had a bit of a tough year as in total the division only includes 2 people and one of them is off on maternity leave right now, so we do have some resource struggles. But we did complete a video series in collateral for corporate education on accessibility. Those have all rolled out, and there's been one-on-one training on diversity and accessibility for staff as well. Completed community programming events in cooperation with local agencies. That's things like Sensitive Santa and Sensitive Trail, that sort of thing. In 2023, the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy is probably going to be the biggest thing that staff will be engaged on, and that is included in the capital budget. Engage with all internal departments to ensure all interactions maintain accessibility standards. I think we still have, we've come a long way in the last year, but I think there are still a few things that we want to work on. Update our corporate accessibility standards. This is a legislated requirement. And consultation on the downtown master plan to ensure all elements are considered through an inclusionary lens. 2023 drivers are just a step increase, and materials and supplies related to some of those public events that staff run. Public transportation, lastly, again, as I mentioned earlier, we have our first full year of data that we've collected in analytics on ridership without any restrictions, so that's been great. We've been able to increase ridership to full capacity and beyond. We've been able to add 2 vehicles to the fleet to accommodate and expanded our service hours. We expect that's going to continue. In 2023, as I mentioned earlier, we will be developing a business case and recommendations on how to move that entire program forward. We'll continue to work with SCORE and our other regional partners to develop a broader transportation network, continue to expand transit option for employers, and work directly with long-term care homes and social service agencies to develop customized programming. This was something that has been on the agenda the last couple of years, but has not really been rolled out due to capacity restrictions and with COVID as well. And it's not a lot of change to the budget for 2023. There is a slight increase in the provincial gas tax funding. So just speaking a little bit to our capital projects too, I mentioned all the strategic updates, so I won't go into those again, but the wayfinding final implementation will be happening in 2023. That includes our monument signage on the 403, and our in-community signage will be completed. There's still quite a bit left in that capital budget, and we do expect that it's going to come in significantly under budget when it's all done. That's all I have.
Are there any questions? Councillor Coleman.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Not a question, but just a comment. My hat's off to Brent Transit because I think you're doing a great job. And I see your vehicles more and more all the time, so it must be working. Thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along that same line, so when, for 2022 accomplishments, we said increase ridership to full capacity, which is great. Added 2 vehicles to the fleet to accommodate the demand. So is that capacity including those 2 vehicles, or is that capacity, we hit the max, so we added 2 vehicles, so now we have some gap?
Through your worship, so that was to exceed our original capacity. So our original fleet couldn't meet the demand, so we increased by 2 vehicles, and that is built into our contract through 2023 of any adjustments that need to be made on their part, on the provider's part, to increase hours or increase our fleet to accommodate demand is inclusive with the annual amount that we're paying them. So we hope that it will continue to increase while we're under that umbrella. And then, like I said, we'll be bringing forward recommendations on how to move that forward, based on real-time data that we now have.
Thank you for that. And I'm glad you went to that last point there, because I know we've had discussions in the past in regards to, do we classify usage ridership as the number of people who booked or the number of people who actually used? Because I know there's been issues with people canceling at the last minute and others not being able to get in and stuff like that. So I know that there was a lot of work being done by your team on that, and we don't have to get into it all here, but I just want to make sure that that's under control, so to speak.
Through your worship, so it's greatly improved. We did implement, as council approved, a cancellation policy. Roll that out. That did help. I don't believe we've had to restrict anybody using it. Usually the sort of first warnings and letter of caution have been sufficient to stop that happening. And we have done a lot of work on just one-on-one dealing with our service provider, BTS, working out some of the kinks. There's still work to do, but I think it's greatly improved from where it was last year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. You're next.
Yeah, just a comment and a question, Mr. Mayor. Through to Allison on public transportation. And, I've been pushing this portfolio for 8 years now. And I look at the levy, it's 393,000. Obviously, we have gas tax. But at the end of the day, I don't think that's too bad, Mr. Mayor. Because I know when we looked at a bus, just a bus running, I think from Paris to Brantford, it was canceled. I think Councillor Coleman remember this quite a few years ago, but the costs were 300 to 350,000 a year. So I look at this today, and this provides public transit throughout the county. So I'm not displeased with that figure. I know it sounds like a lot, but for what we get, I think it's a great value. What I would suggest to Allison is if we as elected officials can work with our municipal partners to promote or working with our MPPs to promote the regional transportation, I would hope that you would lean on us as much as possible. I think we can push that as well. My only question on the public transportation, and it's been talked about before, is any thoughts to putting ads on those transit vehicles that Councillor Coleman sees so often?
Through your worship, we haven't explored that to date, but it's certainly something that we could look at. We were focused on adding a lot of signage to them when we were going through the pandemic, and there were all kinds of signage for restrictions and capacity limits. But that's certainly something we could look at moving forward. And we're also going to look at the cost benefit of having them provide the fleet versus owning our own fleet. I don't know what those numbers are going to look like, but we want to do some of that work just to make sure that we're covering all our bases and providing the best value for service. I know with that amount, when we did a look provincially at everybody providing microtransit, we were one of the lowest per capita, for sure. So.
Okay, I know the Maple Leafs can do it quite tastefully with milk on their uniform, so maybe we can do it tastefully there too.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll move on to 8.8, which is Mr. Walton on operations.
How's that? Am I coming through the mic? Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And with me, I have Mark Eby, Director of Infrastructure Services, Heather Fair, our Administrative Coordinator, who actually reports to both Heather Boyd and myself, and Greg Demers, the Director of Roads. Alex Davidson likely will be showing in up soon, but we're ahead of where I thought we were actually going to be today, so I didn't give him a lot of warning to be here at this time, so I think I can handle this stuff if we need to. So again, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'll quickly go through the thumbnail sketch of our budget and be pleased to answer any questions as we go along. So first piece you've got there is operations admin, and this, as I said previously, this is a group that's been brought together over the last 2 years, I think it is, under both Heather, myself, and really are the face of the organization in a lot of ways. They're the ones that answer the calls and do the customer service stuff for a lot of the operations part of the department and for corporate services. There's been changes in that group, and I think it's all very positive for us doing good customer service. This budget looks like there's a big change in it, but really it's a big accounting thing. That $215,000 change, there's an accounting way for how we're accounting for locates in the budget. So it's not really a change in it. It's coming out of something, it's getting build back in other places, so it's not really a huge change in costs. A lot of statistics in there on the accomplishments, and we're really still growing this department. You know, I think recently there's been some changes made in the live chat to make it more efficiently as to how we do customer service, and that'll all continue to grow. And some of these things will be coming back to council and informing you and asking you of the directions to go, I think, in the future. Any questions on operations admin?
Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that 215 for locates? It's you know, it's expense here, and please.
Those costs used to reside in those individual departments. So they reside here and they get billed back to those departments. So stuff that's in water, wastewater is handled by the water, wastewater rates and reserves. Stuff that's on roads and the like would be handled through taxation then.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So that being said, that charge back, so to speak, I don't know if that's brown dollars, green dollars, or whatever, but is that in that top part under other revenues? Like, where is that showing coming in?
The answer from the accounting people is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Carry on.
Okay, moving on to roads. One of the things that Roads does roads, they oversee the municipal drain program, they oversee the fleet, and they oversee the gravel program as well. A lot to do with brand safe streets. We had a very, I thought, an excellent meeting last night, all related to brand safe streets down at the Brand Sports Complex. And some people might think having 150 or more people show up to a meeting, some of them not impressed with your 200, as Greg says. Some of them not entirely impressed with what we're proposing, actually is a good thing. Getting the input in there and learning things about that street that we would never have learned by driving up and down it ourselves is excellent. And I've been to far too many public meetings where no one showed up, but then they had lots of complaints afterwards. So that was really good. And a lot of the opinions are diametrically opposed too. So that makes it even more interesting. So I think that this department's done a great job. You know, you look at Christmas time, we had that big storm which went over Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the like, and our team was way ahead of it. We can't change the weather, but we can do the best we can and our team is well set up for that. And how many calls did I get about that from residents? 0. So I use that as the benchmark for myself. I don't think I got any from any councilors either, so that's good too. This is a department though where they're really seeing the cost increases from you know, the inflationary things and the contracted prices for both supplies and some of the contractors that we use. And you know, when I'm doing my homework this morning, Greg texts me and says, "Yeah, no, a lot of these supplies, it is up in the 10 to 15% price range that we're seeing on them right now." And we just have to get the reality of how we deal with that in the short term. I don't think we're going to keep seeing that year over year, but we are seeing it just right now. So you got to be prepared for that for next year. And the other thing is that we have those events like we had over Christmas. We're going, right? We're doing it. You're spending the money. You got to be ready for it. Any questions on roads?
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. Rob, I'm asking you because Heather Boyd deferred it or deflected it to this department as far as are we working with the mapping companies as far as, you know, diverting big trucks around certain streets?
Yeah, I'm actually going to get Greg Demers to come up here and talk about that because I know he has worked on that, and you did ask that question before, and I didn't have a chance to talk with Greg before this on that, but I know through Municipal 511 they've dealt with that, and I think that through that they're trying to deal with a variety of companies. So, Greg.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor. Yes, we continue to work with the company. What is happening not only with the company but internally, we're updating our maps live. And what they do is they take that data in and then they push it out to the big GPS companies. So for a municipality to enter into an agreement with each individual GPS provider is very cumbersome. There's a lot to set those agreements up. It's expensive, but this provider, they have it set up and they work with a lot of municipalities, and they have pre-existing agreements so that we actually get the software advantage and the direct contact for a very small cost. And all of our stuff, if you go on, you have to type in municipal 511, and once you do that, you will see that our mapping shows our truck routes and stuff. And I did send out a message earlier to council. When you go in, you will see that live now. And as we update bylaws in the future, that will go as soon as we hit the enter button.
Okay, thank you. I do get quite a few comments from residents, saying, well, why is the truck going down this street? And I got to be honest, I look at it and I say, I have no idea. But if you look at the direct route, it kind of makes sense, but there's some very narrow streets they shouldn't be going on. So I'm going to dig that up info. If I need any help, I'm going to ask you. Mr. Mayor, I will say I appreciate the work that they did do over the Christmas storm. Obviously, we had a lot of residents without hydro. And my concern, we were going to turn into Buffalo, where people couldn't get out of their houses and they lost their hydro and people die. But you guys made the decision to keep those people without hydro, their roads clear. I thought that was a very good strategy. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and while Mr. Demers is up there and to the whole department, yeah, absolutely what you guys, the work you did through Christmas was absolutely appreciated. And what I really appreciated, Greg, was the emails that you sent to us to say, hey, this is where we're at. This is our plan. We've got everything under control. So that went over really well in my books anyway, and I'm sure I can speak for everybody around this horseshoe. So thank you for that. As far as the report, and I guess it's no big surprise when you look at the budget drivers, 48.5% increase in fuel costs. Do we know by chance, unfortunately, as we know, diesel has just gone out the roof. It's crazy how much is being charged for that. Do we have any idea as to, if we look at our entire fleet, how much of it's diesel, how much of it's gas? Do we have any idea of what the split would be? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around that 48.5% to me, because even though it's still a $1.40 something a liter, gas since last year has actually come down some. So does that indicate that the bulk of our fleet is diesel now, and we're having to work on that? And my part B to that is there any chance for us, or do we want to get into the storage of extra diesel?
Through the chair, that's a great question. So if and it's fairly easy to Google some of the stuff. So at the time when we were preparing these budgets, diesel was actually 70% higher. So what we've done is we've figured out our fuel costs corporately and where the gas was at, and then that's where we came up with the 48%. And what we did was we looked at a five-year historical cost and where we were at. So that's how we came up with that number. On your diesel question, what I'm a little bit nervous about is now there's more rumor in the industry that there's a diesel shortage coming. Yep. So with that, I'm a little bit nervous to state where we're going to be at in the future. The saving grace that we have right now is that, as you've pointed out, gasoline has come down in price. It's still high, but it's not at over 222, 225 where we were at that time of crisis, we'll call it. And then to your other point, what is the mix? We have far more vehicles that run off of gasoline, but the large vehicles use a good amount of diesel when they're out. So when we're pushing snow, we're grading, we're scarifying roads, those vehicles will go through a couple 100 liters of diesel in a shift. So, but we are looking at for fleet planning and future management. We are looking at other sources of fuel. I've brought reports, or we've brought reports in the past about electric vehicles and stuff. So we are trying to stay ahead of the trend and set ourselves up for future savings, not only for money, but also to reduce our carbon footprint. Did I answer all your questions, sir?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thanks, Greg. Move on to water.
We'll continue on with environmental services, and Alex Davidson is here too, so I'll be able to get him to help out with any questions that I can't answer, so that's great. So environmental services, this is, I think, just the second budget that we've done with environmental services being a group. That water used to be on its own, and wastewater and waste management was in with infrastructure. So we brought those groups together. This is, I think, the second budget we've done with them together. This is a group where a lot of it is based on based on rates and fees. Only some taxation in the waste management part of it. So that's been a big project over the last couple of years, and we're still working on the whole amalgamation of this and making the efficiencies going forward with it. We'll see out of that. A couple of things have happened in the last couple of years. This consolidated linear infrastructure, the environmental compliance approvals, big step forward. So when we approve these projects ourselves now, instead of going to the ministry for them, and for the developments which happen. So that's a huge step forward. This had happened with water main 10 years ago, I believe, and then the ministry has finally followed on with this. So it's a big improvement for us and for the developers. Got our new contracts with Grandbridge Energy for the water billing, and our new contract with Aqua for operation and maintenance of the wastewater plants, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we go through the budget for that. There's a bunch of priorities here. One that I want to point out is we have centralized the oversight of the stormwater operations. We're still working on that, making that more efficient. But I think early on in this term of council, we'll be bringing a business case forward for looking towards a stormwater being a utility like water and wastewater. And I think I've reported that to council in probably at least 6 reports over the last couple of years. And the more you hear about it, the more you think about it, and we'll think about this going forward. Isn't something that has to happen instantaneously, but I think when you see the advantages for an infrastructure-based thing, running it under something like that, it has its own reserves, has its own asset management, has its own plan, just makes sense. So we'll be bringing forward a business plan on that. And there's a whole bunch of projects which are listed here. I'm not going to go in a lot of details over these budgets because they are mostly rate based, and there aren't a lot of changes in them. A couple of things I'll say though on the wastewater and the solid waste budgets is you see some of the advantages in these budgets of working under the contracts that we do, because it does help contain our costs somewhat. But the thing I'll warn you is that where you see the escalation or the change in the contract is when you change the contracts. And then you come up with the reality of the situation then. So we live, I think our solid waste contract is, it was 8 years. It was either 7 or 8 years. And then it'll come up, we'll be having a new one on January 1st, 2025 will be the next solid waste contract. That could be a shocker. And it depends on what services we provide too. And the change in the Blue Box program happens then. So there's going to be a big change in how we do our business then. Not having to pay our share of the Blue Box program may temper any increases that we would have too. So that's a good thing. But again, then on the wastewater budget there, we have extended that contract with Aqua. We are seeing that helps us to level out. We aren't seeing the increases we are seeing in some of our other operations where we have our direct costs instantaneously and we've got to adjust to them. Now the Aqua contract is a cost plus one, so but I think that they've been doing a good job for us. So that's what I have to say on environmental services. So open up for questions, or are you telling me I haven't said enough on them? I'll expand.
Councillor Miller's first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Three to Rob. In the insurance that I see in each of these, this is all through the whole county insurance budget that's with Intact? Okay.
Yes.
And that's why I see like 20% for water. These are some big changes just for insurance, which is unfortunate. A question on the water, because it's topical. If we have a water main break like they did in Mississauga and it just wipes out all these roads and some basements, is that insurable? Or
there are parts of it that could be insurable if we cause damage to other property, yes. I don't think that we've had a water main break where we've actually needed to go through our insurance, though. It would have to be a pretty extreme one, I would think.
So
the catastrophic ones, I guess, are where you.
So here's my question: what's insured in the water that it would need another 20% increase? What would that cover?
Those sort of things, like in the insurance, we have a policy, and I'm not really the expert to speak to this. I'll ask somebody from corporate services if you want to really get in. But we have a policy which is laid out what our terms and conditions are, what our deductible is, and what our premium is. But that all gets levied out to everybody in the budget. So there are things in all of these departments which require you to have insurance. And insurance isn't any good to anybody until you actually really use it, right?
Sorry, if we look at the whole insurance budget, the biggest portion of that is on your department, yes? From what I see.
Because we do the stuff that's all the front-facing stuff, which has the risk.
The biggest impact, so be careful out there, that's all.
We do our best. Fortunately, you don't see a lot of reports coming forward where we have to use that, so. And the one where it gets used the most is roads, and the incidents that happen there are mostly out of our control.
Any other questions? Let the notes reflect Councillor Miller asked him to be very careful. Thanks, Rob. You want to continue?
Okay, moving along. The next budget's infrastructure services. Infrastructure services does the capital projects for a lot of the departments. In 2022, late 2022, we did complete the transportation master plan, and the public review period for that is done. Some big projects that were done: Cockshot Road, King Edward Street, Falkland, and Falkland opened up. Wasn't quite Christmas Eve, but I think it was the 21st of December when they finally got it opened up. The fact that they got that to that point this year is frankly near a miracle. Like, they were held up. The archaeological work that had to be done on site just before they could do part of it really held us up on that project. So they got some work started, but a late start to a lot of that project where they could really make headway. And they did. The fact we've got it opened up now, when you drive by there right now, the asphalt does not look pretty. Some of the curb work does not look pretty. But next year, when we get to restore all of that, put the surface coat on and whatever, it's going to be an amazing project. And I think I've driven through it 2 or 3 times in the last couple of days, and the traffic and the people are already seeing the improvements because the roundabouts are working now and whatever. It's an amazing accomplishment. And we talk about the West Bypass for Paris. That was the immediate first thing that needed to be done because nobody wanted to drive there because of the intersection of Puttown and former Highway 2. So I think that's an amazing project. The Zone 3 elevated water tower is in the commissioning stage right now, and council approved that project in July of 2021. We had to do an EA, we had to buy property, we had to get our approvals for it, and we had to construct it. So how we did it in that period of time was amazing, and that's going to be a real improvement to that area, which is a growth center for sure. Things being built there every day. And in-house, we reconstructed Woodsley Ave this year. That was an in-house project and went pretty good. So there's some priorities here listed for 2023. I'm not going to go through all those. One thing I do want to mention, though, that isn't listed in here, and I should have put it in here, was the completion of asset management. We anticipate to be done by hopefully mid-year. One note I'll make on here on the changes of this, one of the big items in this, there isn't a big change. The infrastructure services, most of what they do is in the capital budget. We're just, the costs which have to go in the levy are here. And one of the things that's in here, there's something like 200,000 of that 295,000 listed in the contracted services. The increase there is for line painting, increased line painting out on the rural roads and the fog lines. That's what's included in here, and that's the thing that we would get at through Brant Safe Streets and the like. So, but that is included here, and that's what about 200,000, that 295,000 is, just to head off the question before it starts. So other than that, there's not really a big change here. So I'll open up for any questions.
Questions? Councillor Bell, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. In the priorities, you've got third item, redesign downtown Paris, William Street to Mechanic Street. It's clearly a very important part of the changes we want to make to downtown Paris, but are we ready to redesign? I don't know how, sorry if I missed it when Alison spoke, but it seems to me there's a lot of thinking work needs to be done before we know what exactly we want to do in downtown Paris. And I presume you're liaising closely with Alison and her team, but to complete the redesign in 2023, sounds ambitious. I hope it can happen. But maybe you'd like to comment on the process that you and Alison will follow to get this done optimally, not just from a perspective of changing a road, but there's a much bigger social context in this, and tourism context, and retail context. So, appreciate your thoughts.
So I have a response to that already thought up, because there's other things that go into this as well. There's an infrastructure piece of this too, because there's other projects which go on which influence how we can do this, because we can't be shutting off parts of Grand River Street North and this at the same, like further north at the same time, and Market Street and Broadway and whatever. So we're piecing together a plan as to how this can all work. And I think right now that the actual reconstruction of the actual downtown of Grand River Street North is probably contemplated for 2025. And in 2023, we'll be starting the process of getting back to council with what the plan is, what then further public consultation we will do as that decision is being made, and then laying out that whole process, and then giving the community the idea too of, yeah, we just can't make the decision to do this because we can't do it at the same time that we're doing these other projects, which all have, you know, different priorities and different realities as to when they can happen. And you know, we see from this year how these things all fit together, because, you know, there was people, you know, upset with what the length of time we were working on Market Street and whatever, how that impacted other things and whatever. Well, we just saw the glimpse of what's coming in for 3 or 4 years here. So yes, absolutely. I think Alison and I have a meeting tomorrow morning about this.
So I can't emphasize enough the need to have the design right before we start digging up holes in the road.
And I'll compare this though to the meeting we had last night, because we'll have the diametrically opposed views on this too. So it's getting all the information, getting all the input, and then council making a decision, and then rolling on with it. So we're in full agreement.
Good, thank you. Second point of amendment, Mr. Mayor, the complete the Rest Acres roundabouts. I realise the Hutchings one is under our control, but the 403 interchanges, do we have confidence that the MTO will get on and do that?
Through the mayor, I believe so. The Hutchings roundabout itself, we couldn't get started in that this year. It's contracted, right? It can't start till next year because the MTO really hasn't approved our entire design yet. So there could be some tweaks to that based on some comments they have and the fitting together. So they've got, I think, 30 or 40% design of the ramp terminals on the 403 done under their project. So that they have a consultant on it. They're working on it. These things all need to fit together. And we recently, the county stepped forward and did one thing which is crucial to the development in this area. We did what we'll call a TIS or transportation study on the corridor from Powerline to Bethel with all the proposed developments, and got all that information to the MTO to say, these are the things that need to happen here to make this all work. It's going to impact their design of the ramp terminals. it did actually change. It's changing our design on Hutchings. Not a lot, but a little bit. So we recognize how the new official plan, these lands to the west there are gonna, how the traffic is gonna feed through there. We're gonna save money by this because that power line, we were gonna have to actually do more work on power line to have more traffic there. But in the future, we're gonna actually route that through the Vacano developments there is what our plan is now. So we're changing Hutchings to make sure that that works. So we've done something, and with Panatoni going down at Bethel and Rest Acres, we've covered off how this all fits together. We're in control of Hutchings. It will get constructed starting in the spring, and it'll be late summer before that's probably completed. And then we're anticipating the MTO being in a position to tender those projects probably late 2023 for 24 construction.
Thank you.
Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick ones. Again, in the 2023 priorities, when you've got reconstruction of servicing improvements for Dundas East West, Chapel, Main Street, Hillside, Race and Church, is that what your gut telling you? Is that all going to happen in 2023?
I'll get Mark to come up and help me with which of these in your particular area there that are actually happening. So some of those projects are going on for sure, and you're going to see at admin and operations this month a small list of projects for council to consider us actually getting out for tender on them ahead of the budget approval, so that we get the tenders in line. Obviously, it'll come back for approval of the tenders when the budget's approved, but we need to get started on some of those. So, yeah, which of those is happening?
Through the chair, right now I think the only one that's mentioned is the last one being Church Street, and that's in Scotland. And I think we're going to start with potentially doing some utility relocations in 23, but the actual full construction will be in 24. That base is more based on where it sits now because of the timeline where we want to be able to construct it, but then also looking at the capital levy and how much money we actually have to be able to accomplish all these projects that we have. So it may have, like, the lion's share of it will likely get pushed to make those realities happen.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. As you know,
the hillside, part of those projects down there are going to go this year. Not all of them, but some of those are happening.
So through the chair again, so the Race Hillside will be tendered as a single project.
Yeah.
We're hopefully, like, the intent is to actually have it out for tender by the end of February to come to council for approval in April. Same with the Chapel, Dundas, and Main. It'll be tendered separately, and then Main Street is from Chapel to Washington would be the phase 1 portion. That would be tendered as well, to tender by the end of February to come back to council for approval in April, and then to start as soon as they can get locates and everything else organized to go forward. And then in 24, we would finish Main Street off from Washington down to past Ball down to the end.
Okay.
And include Dumfries, because there was an issue with the water main on Dumfries as well that needs to be replaced.
Okay, thank you for that. If I could, just to follow up on that particular one, you spoke about getting in there so they get locates all done and stuff like that. That was going to be my one question on Hillside, because the locates and all that were done last year. So, because there was stuff, there was the flags and everything all the way around the loop. So does that have to be redone for Hillside, or that's complete for that?
Yes, that likely, if there was locating done, it just would have been for design purposes if we had requested some of that to be done, so we could include it on our plans for the construction set. But the contractor has to get their own locates. So whoever actually does the digging has to have their own locates that they get. And we're hoping that there's been a change in locates are sped up this year and they don't take 8 weeks or 3 months to get. We don't know what's going to happen yet on that one.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just one final point on that. So if we're talking April and let's say shovels in the ground in several of these places, say July, do we feel that that's going to give enough time to get the however much work needs to be completed, and then by the time winter comes, we're back to a base coat of asphalt type thing? Because I know there was issues up on Market Street and with Falkland and stuff like that. It just seemed like a real rush for those two projects in the end to get it ready for winter, knowing full well that they weren't going to be able to complete it, which is that's fine, that's okay. But I'm just curious, are we in a spot where we know that we can do a certain section so we're not, you know, caught off guard with the unknown, and then that pushes us back and we're not ready for winter?
So everything that we've set up was what we believe we can accomplish. And the intent is, and that Rob mentioned earlier, is the report's coming to request that we can tender some of these projects ahead of budget approval. Right. They would come back to council for actual award. So we're trying to get them as early as possible. So they are approved in April. The hope is that construction would start in June, not in July. That would be the hope, is that,
another month, so
you know, like a month would, like, to get locates and totally be organized. We're hoping that's sufficient. And then they get moving in June. So they have June, July, August, September, maybe into October, depending on the project. But yes, like that, there might be some surface works and those things we'd have to figure out, because we do know that it probably will not have changed for this year, but there's an issue with staffing in the construction world as well. And we know that contractors know that that's part of the reason why market took as long, is we're just seeing that they're having a trouble to get good staff and retain staff and keep them working on projects. So.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Sounds like exciting times ahead. And just one final one on the budget drivers, the increase to contracted services for lane markings. I think that's fantastic. We've got, you know, several roads, as far as I'm concerned, around the county that need some sort of markings. And I'm hoping that somewhere in there, we've got the 8th concession between Bishopsgate and Maple, because it really needs something in there. There's no markings at all within that, but I'll leave that up to you guys. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Pierce too, just to add on to the whole thing of what we experienced this year with a couple of these projects really late. We are going to be looking at our contracts as we put them out there and have what I'll call a drop dead date in there for when we start last phases of projects in, you know, in the fall, whatever, to be making sure that what we anticipate we're getting it done that year in September, not in November, so that we got forced into these two for other reasons this year.
Absolutely, yeah.
But in the future, we want to have them. So we've got this massive amount of work in your neighborhood. You know what we get done. The main thing for finishing off at the end of the winter is that everything's paved and back in reasonable condition, right? Yeah. Not necessarily entirely complete. It's best if it does get complete, but sometimes you're pushing the envelope on these projects, and sometimes you have to change your scope a little bit for that year. And next July, when Falkland is all done, what happened this winter doesn't really matter, and it's quite drivable now. But at the end, we were really worried whether it was going to happen.
No,
That's
well said.
what we've got to avoid, and we're gonna build a little bit of that into the contract, so you have a little bit of an escalator in there for what the pavement costs are, whatever, to put it to next year and whatever. But they still realize that they've got to fit. They're obliged to do it and get back there as soon as they can in the spring.
Perfect. I'm glad you're thinking that way, because like I say, there's a lot of stuff going to be coming, like you say, over the next 3 to 5 to 7 years. So that's perfect. Thanks for what you do.
Councillor Coleman, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Pierce touched on it on the lane markings, and I hope, and I agree with Councillor Pierce, that there's going to be some more roads done that haven't been done in the past. But please, can we find paint that lasts a little bit longer than? It don't seem to last as long. I know, because it can't be an oil based, and it's got to be good for the environment to keep everybody happy. But the damn stuff doesn't last. Second point: can we do pre-archaeological digs on these sites so we don't get into problems after we start? Because it seems to me that some of our projects get delayed and whatnot because we haven't done. Can we do that, or is that allowed, or what? Because, and I do think this needs to be put into somewhere in here, what it costs us on these archaeological digs in the municipality. It's a lot more than a lot of people think.
Through the chair to Councillor Coleman. So you probably understand this, but in archaeological studies, there's phases 1 to 4. Right, so you start off with the desktop, and then it escalates on based on what you've got there. And sometimes these things do make their way to doing, actually have to be written into the contract. You actually have to, as you're doing the contract, do certain things there. And that's where we always get caught with the worst ones. And there's really no way to avoid that unless you do the clean sweep ahead and do that as a project. And if you had a big enough one, you probably really should do that. But these ones where you don't really know and whatever, you know, you're, and I don't think it actually turned out that at Falkland there really was that much there. It's just that the time to get it done at the time of doing the construction really messes up. And it doesn't just cost for us, it costs the contractor too. And we got to be worried about that because every risk the contractor takes usually passed back on us. So we got to, you know, you don't get over those, away from those costs, that's for sure. So.
Councillor Carno?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just been trying to work on how to phrase this with regards to contractors, and I know sometimes at odds, municipalities and contractors are seen at odds, and I'm wearing my other hat as a municipal contractor when I say looking ahead in the contracts, and that when the provisions are put in to protect the municipality, it often means that the contractor is thinking about what that means for their bottom line, and it may inadvertently also drive our costs up. As we try to look ahead, because it's an incredibly vulnerable market, and I'm empathetic to Mr. Walton's comments there about staffing, because it's a very real challenge, and it's driving out the projects. And I think we have to see this as something we have to work with our contractors on, not just take the steps to protect the municipality's bottom line, because it is a two-way relationship, and we're seeing a lot of projects go over budget as a result. So. That's I don't know how we walk that balance, but I think it's something that we need to be attuned to, because there's fewer and fewer people doing the types of work that we need done as well, not just on the labor side of things, but actually the companies willing to take the projects on. Thanks.
Through the mayor to council, I couldn't agree more, and I think that the secret to success is much you can have. Like, it's never any panacea there, but the secret to success is understanding what the issues are and trying to work as best you can that's out there and it's transparent. I think we've been back in the past here in the municipality I used to work in, you know, things like in long-term contracts, building in fuel escalators and you know, inflationary issues into the contract, so that, you know, the contractor isn't taking all the risk on that. It is good for both sides. Just understanding what it is and making sure that it's fair. You know, we've heard some municipal contracts in the past, some famous ones that involve some big cities around where they got caught in things that they didn't know what they were doing. Got to avoid those things. But being transparent and having those realistic modifiers in there is good for both parties. And we've been doing that.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Rob? So is there a motion on the floor for 2 coats of paint, no matter where? Good for you. I'm sure you'd get a seconder if we could. Anyway, thanks, Rob.
Okay, well, one more.
Yep.
Property management. So this is a group that takes care of most of our facilities, except the ones that Community Protective Services do themselves. And I don't think there's really a lot to discuss in this project. I guess the priorities would be some improvements to the building envelope and the roofing at the Burford office. Working with the fire department on some bunker gear rooms, and we're through our asset management and other software which has been done. They're going to roll out a maintenance work order system.
Questions, Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Rob. Rob, these aren't all the costs associated with keeping up the property. So, like,
no.
There's other buildings. Wouldn't they go with the department that they're in? I'm thinking of a historical society building, or like, say, the one out in Harley.
Yeah, this group does take care of that building.
No, they do, but the cost would be. Are they in this budget, or would they be under community?
No, the costs of all the buildings that we do are under this budget.
How many buildings is that? How many buildings? Like this one?
Well, this building, Burford, the community centers which we run. No, the community centers aren't in this one.
No.
Yeah. You should ask this question to the finance people. I really don't know the answer to that.
Listen, if you can maintain all those buildings at this cost, I'm going to hire you for a few more. That's really good. So.
Yeah, remember, there's no capital in here though.
Yeah, but still.
They do an amazing job, and we actually added a staff member into here last year, which that's probably the most increase of that change in cost.
Okay, I will say,
They do an amazing job.
this department, whenever we've needed anything, they have been so responsive. It's fantastic. Yeah. Excellent customer service.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Wow, I feel like I got off easy here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 8.9, who has that? Cindy has that. Community and Protective Services.
Good afternoon, Mayor Bailey and members of council. I'll be presenting the Community and Protective Services budget today, and I do have a couple of staff here this afternoon, Kathy Ballantyne from our recreational facilities, as well as Darren Watson to assist in answering questions that may come up as well. So we will start with the administration budget. So the Community and Protective Services Department Administration provides leadership and support to all divisions in the department, including Recreation and Community Development, Affordable Housing Russell Heights, Parks, Trails and Forestry, Cemetery Services, Rec Facilities, Community Halls, Emergency Management, and Fire Services. This year, the department has transitioned from a significant dedication of resources to emergency response from the COVID-19 pandemic to a return to post-emergency, what I would call new normal operations. The Recreation, Parks, and Facilities divisions have also shifted and are in transition to meet changing demands as the community grows, with a new section for parks, forestry, and trails. Oversight for community halls has also transitioned to community services to align capacity and support for this area. We were finally able to gather in 2022 to recognize and celebrate the opening of our 3 new fire halls in Cairnsville, Onondaga, and Scotland, and have devoted significant support for the new Cairnsville Community Centre construction project and fundraising campaign. In 2023, the department will support new facility planning, implementation of strategic and master plans, and hope to establish internal fundraising bench strength and a corporate program. The proposed 2023 operating budget. So you'll see here that there is a decrease in revenues, and this is attributed to reorganization and removal of administrative overhead previously received from the paramedic services budget. Under expenses, salary, wages, and benefits, this has increased in accordance with economic adjustments to the salary grid and grid step movement. Materials and supplies have decreased, attributed to the hybrid work model and a reduction in supplies. And advertising fees were also reduced based on actuals. And I'm happy to take any questions on this budget.
Questions for Cindy, please. Councillor Coleman.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, not a question, but a comment. Thank you to your group for all your work you've done for Cairnsville Community Center. You guys don't get enough recognition. You know that. Thank you again.
Any other questions or comments for Cindy? Seeing none, you continue.
Okay. So the next division that we'll touch on is Recreation and Community Development. This division led and completed the Paris Splash Pad retrofit project in 2022. Recreation programming returned to normal with camps, fitness, ice programs, and many more offered, and a return to some wait lists in those areas. Staff continued implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and Age-Friendly Community Plan. This year's priorities include advancing the department's volunteer management program, development of a community partnership program, and stabilization of our recreation programming while meeting growth requests for increased and diversified programming. So our operating budget, the proposed recreation services budget includes an overall increase in total revenues of 41.8%. Under the federal and provincial grants, there is a decrease in revenue attributed to cessation of funding that we previously received for after-school program and a recreation programming subsidy program that we have called LIFE, which we received under the previous social services agreement. This funding was available through a provincial program that the city coordinated as social services agent and distributed the funds back to the county. The after-school program continues to receive a separate grant for this from the province, which is reflected under fees and service charges. The county did increase the after-school program fee for participants in 2023 under our new fees and charges bylaw to offset the loss of provincial funding. The LIFE program, which stands for Leisure Involvement for Everyone, is a subsidy program that families have applied to support healthy and active lifestyles for those that demonstrate financial need. This fund has historically been $9,000, and it is proposed that the program continue in 2023. Staff are investigating some other potential sources of funding that could offset this. Our fees and service charges are dramatically increasing in 2023, largely attributed to registration fees anticipated for camps, swimming, after-school program, and sports leagues. This is a combination of increased fees and offering an increase in the number of programs, returning to normal levels and meeting increased demands from our increasing population. Under expenditures, salaries, wages, and benefits, there are two main drivers of the increase here. There are two full-time positions that were approved for this section in 2022, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Coordinator and After-School Program Coordinator, which have been annualized in 2023 for the full year. In addition, part-time earnings for programs has increased as approved by Council in 2022 to be competitive in attracting and retaining talent. Program staff have also increased slightly in numbers to meet increasing demands. So to run our aquatics camp, after-school program, and park programmer position, this is overall increasing by 3 part-time student positions for a total of 81 part-time student staff. A cost of living adjustment and grid step increase is also reflected in the wages. So then we'll move on to materials and supplies. This is based on various items, and I'll just highlight some of the more significant ones. There's an increase in supplies for seniors programs and sports leagues, chemical cost increases to operate the pool, as well as fair brand materials to support recreation participants with disabilities. Insurance is up 57.8%, and that's under our corporate insurance program. Contracted services have an increase attributed to introduction of sports leagues. So this is facility rental fees and sports league referees reflected here. Interfunctional charges, this is rising significantly in 2023, as you can see, and these are related to costs for county fleet. So there's an annual operating cost for vehicles included here, including fuel, license, and external vehicle maintenance costs. Fuel costs, which have already been touched on today, have risen significantly and are driving an increase across the board. In addition, replacement costs historically have not been adequately captured. Replacement costs for vehicles have been included in 2023, and this was a calculation done by finance staff for all divisions across the department. So you will see a significant increase in areas within community protective services that do use county fleet. There is one decision package for this division included in the budget for council's consideration. This request is for staffing resources for an aquatics and recreation coordinator. The position is needed to take the lead on all operations and programming of the Paris Community Pool and Splash Pad and ensure recreational programming is meeting community needs at the Scotland Community Centre and the new Canesville Community Centre. Existing recreational staff have expanded portfolios with greater areas of responsibility to meet our service demands, limiting capacity to provide focus on the pool operation. Given increasing difficulties that we've experienced in recruiting and retaining qualified staff, specifically in aquatics, and temporary contract staff, a full-time permanent position is strongly preferred to ensure operational stability and service quality. The position is partially funded by existing operational budget funds. And for the capital budget for this area is on page 13.9 in the binders. And there are 2 planned projects here. This includes mechanical upgrades for the Paris pool and replacement of gymnastics equipment.
Are there any questions for Cindy regarding recreation and community? Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So I guess my question here is, bear with me, I'm just getting back to the page. You spoke of salaries and wages and stuff like that, and then supplies. So in the salaries and wages, I think you said, you know, we've already approved a couple staff on that, so that would be in there, so that's fine. Now, supplies, did I hear you correctly stating that one of the big factors in supplies was sports leagues?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that? Because I wasn't aware of a sports league that the county runs.
Yeah, so through the mayor, in late fall, we brought a report to committee introducing new fees for new sports leagues. So we were looking at a hockey league, I think volleyball, basketball. As what we were seeing in the community is that there's fewer organizations and volunteers out there now coming forward to run these types of things. So we're trying to fill a gap with that. So this is something totally new. So we've introduced the fees, and the budget includes revenues to offset these expenses for the supplies to then run the leagues. Now, we don't know whether or not we're going to be successful in getting them up off the ground, because we'll need, you know, teams to come forward and express their interest and a number of participants to make it work. But the budget does include that.
Okay, but there's none as of right now, correct?
I don't believe we have any running as of yet.
Okay, I didn't think so. Thank you on that. And then as far as the contracted services, again, you talked about sports leagues, referees.
Yeah.
If it was like that's all part of that same realm, so to speak. Now, if it's not all of it, I'm just curious if we talk about contracted services, is that the only part of it, or the new hires of the part-time staff, could they do some of, or would allow them to pick up work that somebody else potentially could do the contracted services other than, like you spoke of, referees and stuff, right?
Yeah, so through the mayor, if we had staff that were qualified and expressed an interest in doing the refereeing, per se, I suppose we could have them do that, but then that charge would go to our salaries, wages, and benefits, again, offset by the revenues that we'd be getting in from the registration.
Okay, I'll leave it at that, and we'll just see how it plays out. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It could be aimed at Cindy, but I think it's actually going to be aimed at Darryl. The question is a broader one of, in the last year, just looking 22 to 23 on this particular budget, we are increasing the subsidization of activities by about 25%. So we are increasing staff, but we're getting a little bit of revenue back to offset it. I would like that at some point we can step back and say, what do we do in totality in terms of subsidizing activities in our county. Well, I missed the strategic initiatives bit, but there we have a huge subsidy on transportation. And I'm sure there are other areas where we subsidise. And I would be interested to see a bigger picture of all the subsidies we give, and then step back and say, is that the level of subsidy we want to give? Because the way right at the moment we pass it up we chop it up piece by piece by piece, and you have no real sense of the totality of what we do and whether it compares favourably with neighbouring municipalities. I think it's always difficult when you're going line by line through a budget, because it looks reasonable. Yeah, on this one, okay, we'll let that one go. But if you keep adding them up, it's a bit like John Pierce getting concerned about materials and supplies. Each little line doesn't have a particular impact, but when you accumulate it, then you may find you get a surprise. And I don't know what the level of overall subsidization we have for activities in our community. And I would like to see that ideally before we sign off the budget, because otherwise we will be just carrying on a process we've followed year on year on year without really understanding what we're doing.
Gerald?
Yes, certainly through the mayor to Councillor Bell, I don't disagree. I think we need to look at a kind of a roll up across the organization of what that subsidy level looks like, and we can see what we can pull together. I think that leads into a broader conversation about our fee structure, and I think that's a little bit of a longer term discussion, but certainly if we can give committee a bit of a snapshot globally of where we appear to be, we'll certainly try to do that as part of this process.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Mayor, part of the reason I challenge this is that we're going to get some difficult decisions to come when we get to the decision packages. There's one I saw there. We got $200,000 in there for Brant Safe Street Strategy. I distinctly remember saying I think it should be $1 million, but I'm not sure we can afford $1 million. But where do we put our discretionary funding to the best efforts and effect in our community? And I think we need to step back before we sign off this budget and really feel comfortable that we put our money in the right places.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Gagnon and then Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel on some level, and I just actually finished looking up what a week of summer camp with the county cost last year. It was $183 per child, and I think this is one of the programs that's subsidized. And I don't want to suggest that it's the only one, but I think that that there's a balance here when we look at what we subsidize. So I have 3 school-age step kids. We were $549 a week, which was a fairly significant investment for our household. And I think there is a balance on a number of the items in Cindy's portfolio that have subsidies attached with them that will directly, if user fees increase, we'll see a decrease in registrations. So I think this is one that we want to be more sensitive to, and with respect transit as well, whereas if we're looking more at building and other things, people are in different socioeconomic circumstances when they're taking those on. But when we're talking about families and young children, I want to be really cautious that we don't accidentally price ourselves out of the market where we're serving our most vulnerable here.
Thank you. Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Somewhat similar along the lines of what Councillor Garneau says, it's very difficult. I think Councillor Bell appreciates that. I think we all do. It's very difficult to just look at social services, or you look at rec or transportation and say, geez, what's the policy around how much we subsidize whatever for, and then make budget decisions on that. You have to look at the whole picture. Transportation is one I know pretty well, because you put money aside, but if you look at it, for every dollar you put into it, the payback to the community is I'm not sure what it is, but just say it's $3, because now we've got people that don't miss appointments for the doctor so their healthcare doesn't get work. You got people who can now take on a job, and so forth and so forth. People who can stay in their homes, I know the library, they say for every dollar you put in the library, it's, I don't know, it's $7 payback and all that stuff. So all I'm saying is we need to look at the whole picture, right? And as Councillor Garneau says, say for for families too, individual families can be a huge impact. So just something to be cognitive when we do look at that.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I'd just like to say, I think the same way. I think one is transportation and one is subsidizing golf lessons or hockey practices or something. The transportation piece is something that we can't really do without. And we've already said today a couple times how well we're doing with it. And we knew when we took it on that we were going to subsidize it by a lot. And we have to, and we agreed to. And I just don't want us to brush the whole thing with the same mindset, because I think that there's a lot of things that we could back right out of and still not have to touch things like transportation, which is really important. And if we did that, we would be failing at something that we're appearing to be very successful on. So,
yeah, if I may, Mr. I'm not picking on any particular program, and that's the point. I can't see the totality of it. I don't know what it amounts to. I do know we've got some difficult decisions to make in a few weeks' time. And it's against that background that we should understand where we're putting our focus. And I'm very supportive of all the things we do, but the degree to which we support, the balance that we draw is something that I think that's what we're putting council for. You know, and if we don't see the totality and we can't step back and say, that seems about right, then I think we're not doing our job.
Any other comments? Thank you. We'll move on to affordable and attainable housing.
Okay, so I will speak to our budget for Russell Heights. Just going back, I will note that the county acquired Russell Heights in 2021, and it is overseen by the Recreation and Community Development Division. In 2022, the project to regrade and resurface the parking lot, as well as update the main entrance to install accessible doors, was partially completed and is scheduled for full completion this year. The priorities for 2023 include development of an operational and capital long-range plan, address and update items identified through health and safety and accessibility audits, and update housing and facility operation policies and procedures as needed. So we'll move on to the operating budget. The 2023 proposed budget includes revenues from federal provincial grants, which is rent supplement received from the City of Brantford for 5 rent geared to income units. The fees and service charges include all market rent, rent from geared to income units, and other smaller revenues from tenants for small items like washer dryer use, cable TV, and air conditioning. The market rent increase is set by the province and is 2.5% effective May 1st. Expenditures include the wages for a part-time property maintenance staff and expenses related to facility operations under materials and supplies and contracted services, including property taxes, heat, hydro, water, wastewater, grounds, and equipment maintenance. There is a small decrease to contracted services in 2023, as funds could be removed from legal services and financial auditing. These services can now be provided in-house by existing staff. Transfer to reserves includes the surplus from revenues over expenses to fund future capital projects. And the capital budget for Russell Heights is found on 13.9. There are various capital maintenance projects planned this year to ensure building safety and asset maintenance. And I'm happy to take questions on that.
Any questions, Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Cindy. Cindy, why are we looking after this and not social services?
My understanding is this was previously managed by the South Dumfries Nonprofit Housing Corporation. And so back in 2021, I think there were some discussions between the county and that board, and it was decided by county council that we would, as the county, look after it. We do liaise with the city from time to time on different issues, but we are looking after it.
It seems anomalous that we have this facility that we look after when other facilities in town and in the county are overseen and supported by social services. I know there's a history to it, and I don't want to poke my finger, don't want to poke the bear on this one, but it just seems like if we're going to make full use of social services in our new shared services contract, they have the expertise in looking after this kind of facility, and we are, relatively speaking, amateurs because we're just picking this one up for the first time. So I would encourage us to think in the long term about whether we bring this into the fold of the social services organisation.
Thank you. Councillor McAlpine.
I think the idea was if we kept it separate, if at some point in the future we wanted to separate ourselves from Brantford on this area, that we would have some of the internal expertise to maintain. And it's relatively inexpensive to maintain this particular facility because it has been well managed. We have a current manager there that's done an excellent job at a very reasonable cost. So
I appreciate, through the mayor, I do appreciate the history, John, and but it seems like that the boat has sailed on us separating from Brantford on this particular issue, and we've just literally gone the other route, and we've gone, we've doubled down on joining with them on a shared services agreement.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't talked about materials and supplies for a while, so I just want to understand. I'm trying to understand how utilities and property taxes can be under materials and supplies.
Through the mayor, that's an accounting question. That's how they have incorporated it in, so.
So, okay, so I'm going to leave that at that, but that just kind of adds fuel to my fire as to wanting a full breakdown of what's in there so we can understand. In my mind, property taxes is not materials and supplies. Now, I don't know why it's in there. I'm sure there's rationale, but that's part of my issues with that. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Thank you. And we'll go on to forestry, parks and trails.
The Parks, Trails, and Forestry Division is an area that has greatly evolved over the last year and become a distinct section. And this was to position the county and our resources to respond to and meet the size and scope of an area of rapid growth and increasing demands for service. In 2022, following council's direction, the county recruited for and hired a manager of parks and forestry, as well as a forestry technician. Various design and construction projects for parks was also undertaken in 2022. This year, the division will focus on the development of a long-term park plan, development of the forestry management program, continued capital construction of various parks and trails, and implementation of our new Barker's Bush master plan. So the operating budget, our revenues for fees and service charges are increasing by 55%, which is attributed to funds received from the Good Forestry Practices bylaw and associated permits, clear cutting, tree replacement, and tree inspection. Other revenues includes donations for memorial benches. The increase in revenue here is reflective of increase in costs for benches and concrete pads. Salaries, wages, and benefits increase captures the full costs of funding the two reorganized positions for this division, being the manager and the forestry technician. And economic adjustments for non-union staff, grid step movement, and wage adjustments from the collective agreement are also reflected. An increase in rates for part-time and student positions approved by council in 2022, as I noted previously, is also reflected here. We have 21 student positions to support seasonal requirements across all geographic areas, and this is the same number as 2022. Materials and supplies, so I'll just hit a few highlights on this one. There's increased expenses related to an increase in landscaping for beautification of various locations, an increase in training and development for new staff, increased costs for tree planting, software support for AutoCAD for new staff, safety clothing for new staff, and memberships required for required designations for staff. One-time costs are associated with acquiring equipment for this area for new staff positions, and this includes a trimmer, chainsaw, blower, sprayer, and edger equipment. An increase is noted for growth in this area to provide needed materials and supplies for new parks. Contracted services includes increases to ground maintenance, so for grass cutting, as well as snow removal, waste removal, portable washroom rentals, fence repair, and work to create an accessible path at Green Lane. One-time costs are related to stone dust to be added to the SC Johnson Trail and a new railing at the Paris Dam. Growth costs are related to grass cutting and other external contracted costs expected for the new parks. Interfunctional charges are increasing for the fleet for the same reasons I previously provided. For decision packages, this division is requesting Council's consideration of 2 decision packages in the 2023 budget. The first decision package actually already came up today and was referred to budget by Council in a report from 2022 regarding giant hogweed mitigation strategy. The position is a 6-month contract intended to support implementation of a giant hogweed mitigation strategy, including providing support for landowners, coordinate control activities on county lands, undertake educational activities, and liaise with bylaw enforcement. The position would also support the newly formed forestry program and horticulture program. The second decision package is a request for another 6-month contract as a parks operator position to support operational demands in our expanding parks network. This is a frontline position to undertake day-to-day maintenance, inspections, grounds work, implement small projects to meet legislative requirements and standards of care. This position is identified as a critical need to support the existing lean staff team, which covers the Paris Parks area. The capital budget for this section is found between pages 13.9 and 13.10. And you will see that there are several projects planned for 2023. Some of the more significant projects include parking expansion at Green Lane, the Burford Skateboard Park, Brant Onondaga Soccer Field retrofit, where we're looking at the potential for cricket. North of the Nith Master Plan, Paris Skate Park Phase 2 design, Nith Peninsula Park, THMB trail resurfacing, and paving projects in various parking lots. Following all the discussion around the capital budget today, I can note that staff are reviewing capital budget further, and we could be further refining the projects and prioritizing them, potentially delaying things out in order to ensure that the budget's properly funded. And I'm happy to take questions on this section.
Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarification, and then the accomplishments for 2022, hiring, manager of parks and forestry and a forestry technician, that's all great. That feeds into the salaries increase. That makes sense to me. But you spoke of staffing relating cost, and that's for education of the staff, I think I heard, correct? Because I'm curious because it's, if we compare it to the 2022 budget, it's more than doubled, and then there's also a one-time cost on top of that. So I'm trying to, that's all for education?
Through the mayor, I probably would need to go and dig into the budget a bit further, but with these two new positions, obviously, you know, the people that we hired came with qualifications and expertise, but like any position, things are constantly changing and evolving, and conferences and things like that needed to be captured somewhere for the new staff. The one-time cost, I'd have to go back in and refresh my memory on specifically what that is, but I can do that for you and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, it just kind of struck me as odd because, you know, I know you said about education and stuff because the actual, you know, payroll part of things is in the salaries, but I'm just curious that we doubled it, which is fine because we've got 2 new staff and I appreciate that for training. I'm just, if you could do that, that'd be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Cindy. Cindy, is the dog park under this section or no?
Yes, it would be.
Does the dog park make money, or does it need taxpayer help?
Through the mayor, there is a fee, registration fee, that every member pays. You know, whether we're subsidizing that goes back to Councillor Bell's question. We have to do some analysis on that as to kind of where we're at. I suspect that the fee does not fully cover the expenses of running the dog park.
Okay, well, we would know because we would know how many access. Because I had a question during the campaign that said we need another dog park. I don't know how busy it is, but is that something that you see in the future as we grow?
Through the mayor, yes. We have had some discussions at the staff level around another dog park at some point. The current one can get quite busy, my understanding is. So, you know, it's a question of when and where. But we are having some discussions on that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not directly a budget issue, but it could become one. In 2023, are you planning to spend any time looking at the northern Nith Peninsula? It's in the capital. Thank you. Okay, I'll keep quiet.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors that have questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll flip the page and go to cemeteries.
Okay, the County Cemetery Services Division is a section of the new Parks, Forestry, and Trails Division, and completed transfer to this area in 2022. The division continued works to expand the Oakland Cemetery and completed approximately 165 interments with several lot sales. This year, the division will prepare for Oakland Cemetery lot sales, plan for a new columbarium at the Paris Cemetery, and also work towards digitizing cemetery records. Our operating budget. So the proposed cemetery operating budget includes an overall increase in revenues of 4.2%. Fees and service charges include burial charges, foundation installations, cemetery plot sales, and cemetery niche sales. Other revenues reflect an increase to donations received for memorial trees and benches, and this is to reflect actual costs for these items. Contribution from trust fund is adjusted upwards to reflect the interest from the trust fund from lot sales. 40% of all lot sales are deposited in the trust fund. Expenditures include an increase in salaries and wages due to the economic wage adjustment and grid step increases, as well as wage increases in the collective agreement for unionized staff and an increase to staff wages. Materials and supplies in this area result in a decrease overall. And the decrease can be attributed to adjustments from a decrease in telephone costs and utilities. One-time costs of $5,000 are for the Paris Cemetery administrative building repairs and maintenance, for the chapel HVAC, some electrical and plumbing work, and a bit of an office refresh. Contracted services adjustment includes an increase attributed to foundation repairs and contracted snow removal. One-time costs are requested for consulting for software support and digitization of records. Rent and financial expenses are related to floor mat rentals for the Paris Cemetery building. And interfunctional charges, again, are related to the county vehicle fleet charge, and there's a significant increased cost reflected there. There's also a one-time expense of $15,000, and this is for repairs to the existing backhoe, which will extend the life of that equipment and delay purchase of a new backhoe, hopefully for a few more years. I understand that they are over $200,000 to purchase one. So, the capital budget for cemetery projects can be found on page 1311. The more significant projects for 2023 include Paris Cemetery new section project, the additional columbarium that I mentioned, cemetery shop expansion, and replacement of a tractor. And I'm happy to take questions.
Questions on the cemetery board? Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just an open question. Have we adopted any new cemeteries in the last year that we now have to add to our workload?
Through the mayor, we have not. We've been working with a couple of different groups, for lack of a better term, on potentially taking over cemeteries over in Burford and at Middleport, but it's a fairly complex process, and we continue to work through that with both groups.
Any other questions? I think there's also one coming forward from Onondaga very shortly. Any other questions or comments on behalf of the cemetery? No? Thank you. Recreational facilities.
Okay. Our recreational facilities division transitioned in 2022 from a period of lockdown to reopening and resuming to the new normal operations, absent of additional rules and regulations related to COVID-19. Staff adapted to changing circumstances several times in this area in particular, and some of our others as well, but I just want to take the opportunity to commend our frontline staff for their patience and dedication throughout that difficult period. The division continued as lead for parks already under construction and will follow through to completion. The Barker's Bush Trails Master Plan was also completed and adopted by council. Priorities for 2023 include continuation of the Paris Lawn Bowling Club project, including design and construction if approved by council, as well as continued asset renewal for community centers and parks. Recreational Facilities has also assumed oversight of the Scotland Community Centre effective January 1st. And our operating budget. So I'll just start off by saying that our rental revenue for community centers has not yet returned to pre-pandemic levels. Both ice rentals and concession sales are below historical levels overall. The fees and service charges reflect a decrease, noting that this is estimated for next year. It's really our best guess as to where we're going in 2023, and we're hopeful that we'll continue to see a return to things like minor hockey. The other revenues are for utility fees recovered by the museum in Sillaps. Expenditures for salaries, wages, and benefits include economic adjustments and grid step increases, wage increases under the collective agreement. This piece also captures part-time wages, which have increased for their hourly rate, but I will note that part-time hours, we're forecasting a bit of a decrease to reflect lower usage as rentals gradually return to the community centers. Materials and supplies include an overall decrease with some decrease in building usage attributed to less cleaning supplies. And I will note that, we really had to ramp up cleaning supplies during the COVID-19 emergency, and we're able to step back on that a bit now. Reduction in concession supplies and lower hydro costs. There are one-time increases from equipment and building maintenance. So this includes new chairs for the Sillaps Community Center, Zamboni blades, upgrade for the cell booster at the Galco Memorial Community Center, and railing replacements in Sillaps lobby to meet accessibility standards. Contracted services includes a small decrease with one-time increases for installation of a cell booster for the Galco Memorial Community Center and Sillaps fire alarm security panel upgrade that is required. The rent and financial expenses have a small decrease, and that is from Matt Rentals. And interfunctional charges are reflective of increases in costs for fleet operating costs and replacement. This division is requesting one decision package for council's consideration for a customer service representative at the Brant Sports Complex. This position is identified currently as a critical need to support the significant increase in inquiries for facility bookings, and that's for all facilities, parks. There are 72 separate rental spaces that this team oversees and books. And this has tripled in volume since 2019, in addition to increasing calls and in-person transactions. And I think they're seeing a lot of increase in foot traffic there, as there's a lot more people living around that facility and walk in and ask questions, and often come in and ask if they're a newcomer to the municipality, where to go for different things and things like that. The position is required to meet the county's customer service standard, facilitate expedient facility bookings, and maximize rentals. The capital budget for this division is on pages 1311 and 1312. And there are several projects planned in 2023 for asset maintenance. The more significant related to roof repairs, and this is at many of our facilities, Sillaps, Scotland Community Center, and Galco Memorial Community Center, and flat roof replacement at the Burford Community Center. A kitchen and washroom renovation is planned for the St. George Lawn Bowling Club. The county is also partnering with BME to undertake green energy projects. This includes Brant Sports Complex LED lighting conversion and Canesville Community Center solar panels for the roof, as well as EV charging stations for the new center. And I'm happy to take questions on this one.
Questions? Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Cindy. Just a quick question in regards to you were saying the under the revenues that our facilities aren't back up to what they were pre-COVID and stuff like that. I was thinking the big ones like the St. George Community Center, the BCS, Burford Community Center, that type of thing. But then you had said there that there's actually 72 separate rental spaces within the county, so to speak. I'm assuming that all goes into that fees and service charges. That would go, all of those, any rentals and all that would all go into that line, right? So my point I'm trying to make on this is really, we are down, yeah, absolutely. But if you consider, as it says there, we're only 1.7% down. So I think, it's not good to be down, but I don't think we're too bad considering, what we've all been through. It's nice to see people getting back out and stuff like that. And I think this may just kind of, circle back into potential conversations if we're down, conversations back to county-led programs, hockey, that type of thing. I'm sure there's conversations happening on that, which is fine. Now, the customer service rep you have in the package, That would be, you said for BCF. So what would, how many staff would that be there now for the customer service rep part of things?
Yeah, so through the mayor, currently, there's 2 dedicated staff, and there's also, we shifted our recreation software administrator into that group as well. So they do have a hand in it now, but really there's the 2 full-time staff. And there's several part-time staff that will assist in taking evening shifts and things like that. So we've actually structured the decision package so that some of those part-time hours would support a full-time position.
Okay, and that position is strictly for facility bookings or just somebody at the desk?
Through the mayor, so it could perform both, do facility bookings, answer questions for people that are coming in. Also, you know, there could be calls coming in from residents or user groups just with general questions around, you know, when are you guys running gymnastics program? And, you know, when is the next fitness program in Burford happening? So they would assist in answering those types of questions as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, the capper on this is, do you think that, you know, us being, I'll put it down in service, is it related in any way to, I know in the last couple of years, we've kind of changed how the whole process works of booking the facilities. It's all through one spot now. My personal opinion is I think that's definitely the way to do it, but I'm just wondering, has there been any review on that to say, hey, you know what, maybe we're not getting the inquiries that we were, or the bookings that we were? Is there any, other than keeping COVID out of the equation, do we think any of that circles back to us changing the way we're doing business, or do we think that's still a positive?
Through the mayor, I think the centralized booking is definitely a positive. I agree with you on that completely. The inquiries for booking have shot way up. You know, the stats that, you know, Kathy gathered is that they've gone up threefold since 2019. I think where we're seeing the decrease specifically really is the ice rental. And, you know, we did have some groups want to rent ice for the fall, and then they really had to scale back because they didn't get the participant numbers. Right? So what we're hoping is that, you know, that's just kind of a bump given everything that's happened through COVID, and we'll see more of a return back to that ice. It's really the ice hockey that we've seen the decrease. Other areas we're getting all kinds of inquiries for, and the customer service staff that are there now can't really keep up in providing a prompt response to some of them to say, you know, if someone called for the Gawker Memorial Community Hall for 3 months from now for a reception or something like that, staff are not able to get back to them within that 24-hour customer service standard that we have all the time. And then we could lose that potential rental. They could go somewhere else.
Okay, thank you for that. And if I could, Mr. Mayor, just one more, because you kind of poked on something there with the registration and stuff being down with hockey. Has there been any thought given to, I'll use a flight, for example. If I book a flight in 22 days to Mexico, it's going to cost me X amount today to book that flight. If I'm booking it the week of, you know, the last minute deals are cheaper. Is there any thought to potentially, if we've got an hour of ice sitting there empty, to, you know, there's a number of users that have used the facility, and I get the emails for the ice times, available ice times and stuff like that. Is there any thought of, if we've got somebody, you know, the day before or 2 days before that says, hey, you know what, I can probably bring something together in a day to use that hour of ice. Has there been any thought of giving a reduction, a benefit of a last minute booking of ice to be used rather than sit empty?
Through the mayor, I mean, we haven't had that discussion, but I'm not sure if Kathy's going to join me and answer that question.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking myself, like I play Sunday mornings with a bunch of the guys and stuff like that. You know, it would be very easy to get 20 guys together a few phone calls for a last minute thing, but if we're paying, you know, $300 an hour or whatever, then it's like, I don't really want to do that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We actually have had that program in place for a number of years, John, and we use it quite a bit. We actually email out all of our customers weekly and tell them what the available ice is, so that anybody that is looking for something can pick it up. The two centers that we're really having problems with are Burford and St. George. Paris actually's numbers are way up as far as registration for minor hockey, etc. But the Burford and St. George have decreased over the period of the pandemic. Some of it, I think, does have to do with some of the volunteer side of things, that they just have not, you know, had the support to the program. So, you know, those are things that we're working on with the groups. But as far as fees go, you may recall in the master plan that we were on the leading edge of providing a lot of different options for fees, so that we can get the best value based on the times that are available.
Right, and I appreciate that. So I'm sorry to belabor this, Mr. Mayor, but so, and I know the emails go out. I get the emails about the available ice time, but I don't recall anything in there stating the fact that, you know, we've got this available ice 2 days from now, and if you want it, it's 20% cheaper or whatever. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there is a special rate, 35% reduction in the fee schedule. You will see that as a last minute rate.
Perfect. Thank you. Because that's better than having a sheet of ice sitting empty.
Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Cindy or possibly to Kathy, I'm not sure. So I really like this idea that Councillor Pierce is talking about, and I'm glad to hear that it's in place. It sounds like it's for ice time. Does that also transfer to things like ball diamond rentals or soccer field rentals or those types of things? Just curious.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have it for the turf as well at CELAPS. We do not have it for ball and soccer at the moment, but our rates for rentals are significantly less for the outdoor sporting activities, so it would be hard to have an additional subsidy for those areas because the rates are quite a bit lower than the indoor activities.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. And one more of a comment, I guess, but with a lot of these things, it kind of speaks to what Councillor Garneau was talking about, and you know, subsidizing and kids' activities and things like that. It's sort of a domino effect. So if we're seeing lower enrollment and things, then the prices go up. And so I'm wondering if there's ways that we could be working with the groups to help promote their programming. I know as someone who's connected with Paris Youth Softball, for example, they're struggling getting people to sign up for their travel teams. Is there ways we could work with them? Because then that drives their numbers up, therefore maybe making them more prone to book something like a tournament that would bring in some revenue, whereas they struggle when their numbers are lower. So just a thought.
Any other questions concerning facilities? Seeing none, we'll go to emergency management, please.
Not quite.
Community health next.
I would have been okay with that, but we should cover it.
Councillor Coleman?
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I didn't think we were discussing decision packages here today.
You didn't think we were discussing which?
Decision packages today.
Okay.
And I just wonder, can we just stick with what we got here? Because the operation, that's what.
This is what we have here.
Well, we've been discussing decision packages.
Well, we're not supposed to be.
That's what I thought.
I think we were just as staff touching on decision packages.
Okay.
We're not making decisions on them. It's,
Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to move things along. Some of us are getting a little sleepy.
Go ahead.
Okay, community halls. This area transitioned to the Recreational Facilities Division oversight in 2022. The community halls are a mix of halls managed by volunteer management groups for the County of Brant. This was a significant year for this area with construction of the Canesville Community Center. The new community center is expected to open in the spring of this year. The county also installed a new accessible entry ramp at the Airport Community Center and refreshed the gardens at the Onondaga Community Center. This year, priorities are to open the new Canesville Community Center, design and renovate washrooms for AODA compliance, and continue capital repairs to aging infrastructure. The operating budget. The budget for community halls is greatly impacted by the opening of the new Canesville Community Center. A business plan for the new center was approved by council as part of the project, and all anticipated revenues and expenses have been referenced in developing this budget. Salaries, wages, and benefits includes the addition of a part-time facility attendant to support the new Canesville Community Center and take care of facility building maintenance and cleaning, and interaction with rental groups as required. A portion of administrative salary from the SILAP supervisors also attributed here, as they will have oversight of the facility. Materials and supplies includes budgeting for Canesville utilities, telephone, building equipment, and maintenance. There are one-time costs noted here for new chairs at airport and a new furnace room door at airport. Contracted services include Canesville grounds maintenance, snow removal, waste removal, and grass cutting. Rent and financial expenses are for mat rentals at the new center, and external transfers is a grant provided to the Mount Pleasant Optimus. The capital budget is on page 1312, and there are funds that have been allocated for architectural fees for design of a new community center and library in Glen Morris. A business plan is forthcoming for council's consideration for that project.
Any questions on the halls, community halls? Seeing none, I'll flip the page now. We'll talk about emergency development.
The county's emergency management division continued to provide significant support in 2022 regarding the COVID-19 emergency and ongoing monitoring. The county successfully tested the emergency response plan at the new Emergency Operations Center, as well as continued development of supporting plans and public education. Recently, the county's Community Emergency Management Coordinator provided support in response to the winter storm event. This year's priorities involve continued training of the Municipal Emergency Control Group, enhancement of public education, and compliance with emergency management legislation. The proposed 2023 operating budget reflects the removal of the province's COVID-19 funding that was mentioned this morning through the Safe Restart Fund reserve. The salaries reflect the adjustment for a dedicated part-time staff member with funding and materials and supplies for training and development for EOC members, our annual trainings, exercise, computer hardware and software, and promotions and advertising.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the emergency management? Noting that this is a mandated process, we have to do it every year. Seeing none, we'll go to fire services.
So fire services continued implementation of the fire master plan in 2022, including onboarding a new training officer and site selection of a North Paris fire station. 31 new firefighters were trained and certified, as well as 3 part-time fire communicators. A new camp to introduce young women to the fire service called Camp Phoenix was coordinated and run by our volunteers with great success. The service continued work on the decontamination and hygiene program, as well as received a new pumper for the Paris station. This year, work will continue on the mental health program, health and safety program, and planning for the North Paris station. Meeting the requirements of the new provincial firefighter certification is also a priority and reflected in the operating budget. So the operating budget, the 2023 proposed operating budget notes a small reduction in revenues expected overall, and this is under other revenues, which is attributed to a review of previous actuals. Other revenues includes response that our service provides to other municipalities under aid agreements. Federal, provincial grants and fees and service charges remain at current levels, and this includes monies received from the Ministry of Transportation for emergency response activities on provincial highways, as well as local response for inspections, false alarms, open air burn permits, and non-residential vehicle response. Expenses for salaries and wages has increased due to economic adjustments under the salary grid and grid steps. Materials and supplies have increased, and I'll highlight a few items. Additional clothing and station wear is required for new recruits. Cost of tools and equipment is increasing. Utility costs have increased, as well as vehicle maintenance costs and training and development. Within this section, there is $25,000 budgeted for additional certification required for our volunteers under the new provincial legislation that I mentioned, and this will be phased in over the next few years to meet that legislation. Contracted services includes increases for snow removal at the stations, grass cutting, and our radio license. Rent and financial expenses is decreasing next year as we are transitioning from 3 tower rentals for communications equipment to 2 with the new county tower in Scotland. External transfers are status quo. This includes aid agreements for response with Air Fire and Princeton Fire, and the communications backup agreement with the City of Brantford. This area is requesting 1 decision package in 2023, and this is for a part-time fire prevention officer. During the COVID-19 emergency, the ability for fire services to undertake public education and inspection activities were significantly impacted. To maximize resources, an existing FPO transitioned to the position of training officer as part of the 2022 budget deliberations. With operations returning to normal, the demands for fire prevention have returned and they continue to grow. So the service is requesting that we gradually get that resource back, and are requesting a part-time resource for fire prevention. The capital budget for fire is on page 1313, and I'll just highlight a few of the projects here. There is SCBA replacement planned for 2023, and this is a significant project and will be phased in over 2023 and 2024. There's replacement of 3 fire apparatus this year, as well as acquisition of 2 new fire apparatus for the North Paris station. Additional funds are also included for the decontamination and hygiene program. Most of the funds here are to construct separate bunker gear rooms for the final 2 stations, Paris and St. George. The Next Gen 911 project is also included, which is a new 911 system mandated by the province and will be phased in over the next 2 years.
Are there any questions for Cindy regarding fire? Councillor Hauser first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Cindy. Happy to see the North Paris Fire Hall mentioned both on the operational side for planning and the construction side for the capital portion, and for the many people who watch this at home. It's a great illustration of how development charges are paying for slightly more than half of the cost of the fire hall. And I think that's an important thing to note as we were talking about development charges earlier. Just from a timing point of view, Rob Walton earlier mentioned about digging up downtown Paris in probably 2025. And I know that you guys all coordinate this type of thing, but just for the record, the intent is that the new North Paris Fire Hall would be operational before we start messing up the main drag downtown. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, so we have been talking about this and trying to coordinate this project with operations. I don't know the exact timing of what's happening downtown, but I do know that there's a roundabout that is also supposed to happen kind of right at the corner there of where the fire hall is going. And that project has been kind of elevated up to happen sooner than what they originally thought it would. So that project would be, the new roundabout would be there by the time we're ready to open the fire hall. And the plan is that the fire hall would be, designed, constructed by the end of 2024.
Okay, yeah, and that sounds like it works in fine with a plan. Like I'm predicting that it will be at least 2025 before we see a hole in the road downtown Paris. So that's all great news and great coordination, and thanks to everyone involved for that.
Are there any other questions for Cindy regarding fire? Councillor Coleman and Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the director, the salaries and wages and benefits, is that also including volunteer firemen?
Through the mayor, yes, it does.
And that would be 2.3% or approximate?
Yeah, there is their salaries. We've been looking at over the last few months. We've been doing some market surveys and studies. Staff are actually planning to bring a report to council to look at that in particular. So you will see some recommendations that we have around that, but we are proposing that they would receive the cost of living adjustment like everybody else does, and I don't think that they have for quite some time. So,
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment, if I could. I've always been a firm supporter of fire services, and I think I can speak for everybody around this table. But I'm going to specifically speak to my colleague, Councillor House and I must admit, I think maybe a picture of Councillor House and I in our bunker gear, as opposed to the other firefighters, would have made this page just a little bit better. Just throw that out there.
Okay, Councillor Miller, please.
You can't argue with that. Question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Cindy. Do we know how the cost per capita of the fire services compares to the other municipal comparators?
Through the mayor, I haven't looked at that this year, but previously, in looking at the BMA study, we were always at kind of the low end in comparison to our comparators. So
okay,
I'll go back and have a look, and I can provide an answer to you on that.
Well, it's just I've always wondered. Was wondering that when I was looking at the budget, but I'm also wondering, in light of that report you're going to be bringing forward, talking about COLA for the volunteers. I assume, I would hope that that would be part of that report, because I think that would help sell it. Because I don't know for sure, but I believe we are on the low end. So, okay, I'll wait for that report to find the answer to that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you. Thank you for all you do for fire. Number 9, Heather, you're going to let us know what our next steps are, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today's meeting is essentially an information gathering session. So this is a chance for us to have presented to you where we stand at the outset. We are happy to follow up. We have taken notes throughout this. We will come back with answers to the questions asked at this meeting. We would also encourage, if anybody has any questions, anything you want us to dig further into, any other comparisons or analysis you want us to do, just send me an email and we can start pulling those together. Probably we'll present all these answers at the February 2nd meeting. The next session is next Wednesday evening. It is also an information gathering meeting for the most part. It's going to be hearing from our external agencies. Just so everyone's aware, the one decision we will be making at the February meeting is on the paramedic services budget. So I'll have a report on the agenda looking for a recommendation to approve that budget so that we can get that done in terms of the timelines for the shared services agreement. Other than that, if anyone has any questions, or once again, you're more than welcome to submit anything, we will look into stuff.
Councillor Coleman, you have a question for now?
I don't know if this is appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, but I was hoping that sometime along that we get into some discussion on this, because I'm going to bring a motion forward, and I'm not sure when the appropriate time is. Thank you.
It's got to be pretty soon because, well, we're going to reconvene as a council. We'll wait till, okay, we'll wait till then. Is there any other thing, anything else that needs to be said now? Seeing none, we have nothing in camera, which is item 10. Item 11 is to reconvene as a council, and Councillor House has that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Oakley that the committee now rise from committee of the whole and reconvene as council.
All those in favor? Okay, we're now sitting as the county council. I'd just like to ask the clerk to go back through her minutes. There's been a few people that have called that council today instead of committee. You might want to clean that up a little bit just before we put it print. Okay, we're now back to council, and we'll call on Councillor Coleman to say something.
Well, I guess I could say a lot, Mr. Mayor. When I opened this binder Sunday night before my favorite football team was going to play, and then lost, and my wife commented on me the next morning, "What did you think of the budget?" I says, "No comment." It was like the football game, no comment. I guess I'm a little taken back by the 6.6% increase to a medium home. And yeah, all us in business are all facing rising costs of operating. Councillor Garneau knows, as long as Councillor Kyle and a few others know at this table, what it costs to operate a business anymore. And we're all well aware of what fuel costs, and that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Walton. I would like to see senior staff go back and reevaluate this and come back to us with a levy of not more than 5.0% on a medium home, and that would include any decision packages you want to bring forward. I can't support the way it is right now at 6.6, and then decision packages on top of that. And I'm seeking a secondary. If not, so be it.
Seeking a seconder, first of all, to get on the floor. Councillor Garneau is now on the floor for discussion. Councillor Pierce, you want to speak to it?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate where Councillor Coleman's coming from. I've sat through a few budgets with this council, and it's always been the wish of council to have as low as possible of an increase, which to everybody, to a taxpayer, I'm a taxpayer, we're all taxpayers, and I appreciate that side of it. But if we look back in history, when we have these low increases and low increases and low increases, everybody's like, yay, that's great, that's great, that's great. But then when reality strikes, which reality is striking now, it's going to cost us in the pocketbook. And it's something that I've been saying for a bunch of years. Would I like a 5%? Would I like a 6%? Would I like a 7% increase? No, I won't. But if we continue to have these minimal increases, it's going to come back to bite us. Absolutely, would I like that 5%? Yes. Can I support it? I absolutely cannot, because if we do that again this year, it's going to catch us next year, it's going to catch us next year, and it's just going to keep accumulating. I hear what you're saying, Councillor Coleman. I appreciate what you're saying, but I do not believe it's in the entire municipality's best interest to do that in the times we're in. I know times are tough, but the reality is, if it's not now, it's going to be even worse later, and that's the problem we're coming into now. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Miller, then Councillor Bell.
Yeah, I mean, the motion is after my own heart. I never like to see any budget increase. However, on July 26, 2022, Council directed staff to prepare an operating budget which maintains the current level of service. That's the budget we see before us today. and then we find out earlier that it may not include all the infrastructure money that we should be allocating to infrastructure, which I'm a firm believer. I think we should all be firm supporters of. Having said that, I think at the end of the day, with the 6.6, and we got some decision packages, and I was looking at those, and I thought, I don't know how, like, they all sound pretty good. So, what I would support maybe is asking staff to do what they can to lower whatever they can before our next budget session. I don't want to say 5% because I'm not sure any. I think 5% is asking them to perform miracles, but I would certainly support them doing what they can to get it down as much as they can in light of all the other pressures.
Councillor Bell and then Councillor Howes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can fully understand the sentiment. Nobody wants to see a bigger rise than is necessary in our taxes on our residents, but I think it's premature. But what I think might be helpful in this process is to have almost another category, which is decision packages of not adding things in, but of decision packages of taking things out. And we could work, we're used to seeing what might we add in, but I would like to see what are the things that staff would say, if you have to take things out, if you have to take 3% or 4% out, what would that be that would have the minimum impact to our community and our delivery of service? So, and the answer might be there's nothing, but I would rather go about it that way than set an arbitrary level of reduction right now.
Thank you. Councillor Howes and then Councillor Garnham.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and with due respect to my colleague across the horseshoe here, I do respect the intent behind it, but at the same time, I also respect that staff have spent the last few months following our directive to deliver an appropriate budget. And I think if there were opportunities to carve costs and still deliver adequate services, we'd have heard about them. It's a tough sell to tell the taxpayers that their taxes are going up. It would be an equally tough sell to tell people that live in a thriving community, in one of the best places to live in all of Ontario, that we're starting to carve the level of service that we're delivering to those taxpayers. And I don't support that, and I don't support the motion. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In support of my ward mate here, I respect that we, the previous council, asked staff to come back with that baseline budget, and their net result was 6.6. My sense is that we didn't know what that number was going to be when that directive was made. Now we have the number and are anticipating that that's unpalatable, for a lot of families, which puts us, I think, in the same position as the households are making, and that's the needs to haves and the nice to haves. And what we got brought forward today, as I understand it, was more or less status quo. And just as, myself, even at the grocery store, makes decisions about what we're going to pass on versus what we're going to continue with. And is there a different way we can, achieve the same intent or the principles of the service or a minimum level, or introduce a fee in certain areas? I think we do have to go back to the table and look at that before we start considering what more we're going to take on, because I know for some households this is only several $100s, and I do pay agricultural taxes at our house, but that adds up, especially if you are someone who's either on a fixed income dealing with those same market pressures. I'm really empathetic to the roads folks, because we do buy fuel, and I think we really need to step back and think about if there are things we can pause or achieve economies or look to community groups, like what more can we do really to balance things out. So if 5% isn't the number, then I think that's a different conversation, but I think the intent certainly of Councillor Coleman's motion we do need to look at before we start making decisions about adding to our expenditures.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone else who wants to speak before I turn it over to Mr. Lee? Seeing none, Mr. Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Coleman.
Well, I thank you, Mr. And I appreciate the discussion, and I think everybody understands somewhat where I'm coming from. And maybe I'm a little harsh at saying 5%, but that's only asking for a 1.6% decrease. 1.6. Now, I remember last year, former CAO come in with a plan at the last. We could have lowered taxes lower, and we didn't. We went up. So I think there's some things can be achieved. Councilor Garneau mentioned it. Maybe we need to look at things. And that's all I'm asking. I'll withdraw my motion, but I would just like to see it be looked at again and what we can come back with and say, I know you've done your best, but I just like to say we get one more kick at it, that it could be lowered a little bit more if possible. Because I'm worried what the decision packages are going to add on to it on top. That's my concern right now. If you just said we're going to live at 6.6% and no decision packages, I could support that. But I think there's asking for decision packages, and we haven't even got discussing a lot of the capital projects. We got a big one that's going to be built. Where the hell is it? Over that way. I just went by it this morning. That's a lot. We got a lot of costs coming in. So that's my concern, and end of my discussion.
Okay, I'm going to call on Councillor Bell, and then I'm going to let Mr. Lee speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said this before, but we have a sum of money tied away in investments from the sale of Brant County Power, and it was meant for in a sense, for the rainy day. Now, it's raining, yeah. There is an opportunity to not deviate from plans that have been well thought through by staff, simply because we don't think we can afford them using the levy. But we do have other sources, and we should not be afraid of at some point taking that step and using some of the resources that we have available to us for the benefit of the community. We won't use them, I wouldn't want to use them to support operations, but there are things that we can do that we have in our plans that we might have turned to a capital levy. We could actually use some of those funds now for the benefit of our community, and we shouldn't forget that.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. We're going to, Daryl?
Through the mayor to council, and I can certainly appreciate where this motion is coming from, and I think I noted in my comments at the outset that this was going to be challenging, and I thought there would be some pretty difficult decisions to make throughout this, but indeed what staff have delivered is the budget according to the directions that were provided to them. If that is to change, and you look through the roughly $6.5 million increase, on the total budget year over year, start to work through those line items. There are very few of those that I can impact, or we can impact in any way. In fact, I get down to the bottom and there's supplies, $400,000, some inflationary contract costs. That's really what we're down to. So if we're looking at asking staff to come back with options, we're primarily asking staff to look at potential service level reductions. That's really what we're asking, unless we're growing the revenues. If we've kind of underestimated the revenue side, and that might speak to Councillor Bell's point too, in terms of other revenue sources. But if the budget is indeed going to go back to staff, I think those options could include some type of reductions in service levels, and typically staff would need some direction in terms of what that could look like.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the CAO for that reminder of the cold, hard truth of it all. The one little detail I wanted to remind staff, and that is that as a council, we did ask for a budget line item specific to costs that are driven to us as a result of Bill 23. And it's something that was discussed a couple of council meetings ago, and I think it's important as we go forward, and communicating the narrative behind the increases that we're going to have to share with the community, for us to be able to speak clearly about that, because that impacts us too. It's not just costs of the snow plows are going to cost more to run next year. There are other costs that have been forced upon us, and it's important that we're clear on that. So, thank you.
Are there any other comments? I have one. I don't think it's raining yet. I think we've heard the weather report, but it hasn't started to rain yet. And I think if you remember weather reports from the last 2 weeks, not many of them have happened the way they say they're going to. So do you want to leave your motion on the table? I would hate to see such a well-intended motion to be defeated. And I don't feel the support is here for a very, what are you going to do? You're going to leave it on the table? You want to call the vote? You have a seconder in Councillor Garneau. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Get you some TV air anyway. It's not carried, it's denied. Is there anything else for the betterment of this meeting in the County of Brant? Seeing none, I'm going to call for an adjournment. Councillor Pierce, and we will reconvene on January the 18th at 6 o'clock.